All right, everyone, thank you for your patience. We have connected with the court reporting agency and they are going to be online in just a few minutes. So while we wait, we're going to go ahead and move to some board business that doesn't require a vote or a court reporter or a transcriptionist. So with that, if you could all just ensure that your computers or your phones are silenced and muted so we can get through the business. And once the court reporter arrives, we will move back to item number 4 and start the appeals. And again, I apologize and I appreciate your patience. So there was a mix up with the court reporter. So with that, we'll go ahead and
get started.
Okay, I would like to call to order this meeting of the Indiana Board of Veterinary Medicine. We need to assure that we're establishing a quorum. Do you want a roll call for that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Natalie?
Here.
Kelly is not here yet. Steve?
Here.
John?
Here.
And myself here. But do we need Kelly for the?
We have a quorum for four members. We're good.
We're good.
Okay, so we have established a quorum. We need to adopt the agenda. I believe at this point, with Scott available to us, we're going to keep the agenda as it was originally presented to us. So I will.
So moved.
Thank you. We've got a motion to adopt.
Second.
And a second. Great. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Excellent. So now we have an adoption of our agenda. Everyone has had a chance to look at the minutes from our April 18th, 2024 meeting. Are there any additions or corrections that were seen in that printing of the minutes? If not, I would accept a motion to accept.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Excellent. We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Excellent. Minutes have been adopted. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all right. The court reporter will be here in 15 minutes.
Oh, in person?
Margie.
Okay. Awesome. Excellent.
She's good.
Okay. Neither of the personal appearance folks, none of those are online?
No, they're not required to be here until 10 o'clock.
Okay, I just want to make sure they weren't here. We have to skip past that then, or that they're not online. So we will move on. We can go to application reviews for credit. I have to find those way down here. Give me just a second. Okay, we'll go with CE course approvals. Okay, jumping down to that. That's all right. Excellent. The first one on the list is conflict management between staff and clients. Jason Herman is the DVM that's running this. He's a veterinarian, graduated in 1999 and practiced for 25 years plus or minus, sold his practice in 21 and has been running the circuit speaking since that time, my understanding is. I guess my question to the group is, how do we feel about his credentials to lead a CE meeting of this caliber? It seems like there's a lot of back and forth discussion of, hey, what problems are you having? Okay, let's talk about them, that kind of thing. And he's got a self-assessment test for them to take on how reactive they are to certain things. a group brainstorming, so, and then a discussion. Do we think that that is worthy of an hour of CE for these folks?
I would say in today's world, that might be okay. For 1 hour, I wouldn't want, great numbers of this.
You
But
want
I
to
mean,
say
in today's world, I mean, the younger DVMs is, stress and anxiety and all that is a big thing. I don't know, that's my opinion.
I think the experience level is what elevates him, in my mind, to say, I think that is because who else is going to know what kind of conflicts occur other than someone who has
been there, done that?
Yeah.
So if this is
Understand. No, I
if
just
this was a
wanted to-
two-year grad, different story.
I just wanted to
me.
create some conversation on
Yep.
it to make sure we're all on the same page.
So I have even more to add, that I am the one working with him to try to get this for our 9th District IVMA. And we try once a year to have a meeting where staff are invited because it affects them too. And so him and I have been in discussions about confidence levels and turnover rate in CSRs and assistants. And since COVID, the increase in hostilities with clients and money have become tender spots in those staff members especially. So our efforts in getting this meeting together is to utilize his experience, but also he's starting to speak to different areas and whatnot in a new, relearning him, not relearning. I spoke with him at an IVMA meeting once last year because we have mutual friends, and he said that he's kind of reworked his way of thinking and has found it to be a lot more positive and enjoying his work more and whatnot, and that he was going to start doing
Okay.
talks.
This wasn't a negative point on my part at all. It was just to make sure we all felt that this was adequate, worthy. So I'm willing to take a quick roll call just as a group to make sure everybody's okay with this. Natalie?
Good.
Okay. John, Steve?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I have just
Go ahead.
one quick side note on this?
Yes.
Just curious, because this is being sponsored, or not sponsored, it's being held via one of our district, IVMA district groups. And my understanding up to this point is if it was an AVMA meeting, if it was an IVMA meeting, or one of the districts of the IVMA that was putting it on, so to speak, that was automatically would count.
Correct.
So this is just ensuring that, reinsuring that, but moving forward, if it is being, sponsor's not the word I want to use, but, put on by a district,
It's hosted by.
hosted, thank you, hosted, then really shouldn't have to do this. Is that correct? Okay, just
Do we
wondering.
even get to be called that district anymore? I thought the districts were eliminated and now we just had certain areas of the state.
As far as representatives to the board, that is
Right.
what happened, but those
Districts still get to be called District 1 or District 12 or whatever.
central or ninth,
Okay.
some of them have gone by the wayside, but many are still active.
Okay.
So I don't know that has fallen.
The only thing I would say to that is I would have to think that there are activities that a district group may put on that really have minimal educational power behind them, that I don't know that I would be all in for letting that happen. Like, a trip to Topgolf or something.
And I guess the mindset or my assumption is the mindset was that they would not call that CE.
You just never know.
You just never know. That is fair. That is fair.
Well, as I was saying, I think I can understand that maybe one meeting or something, but I wouldn't want to repeat I wouldn't want somebody to have, you know, a majority of their CE, something like this. I just don't think that's not what CE was originally meant to be. So,
Yeah, I get it. All right, I think we're cool with this one. Let's go on to the second one, which is Healing Touch.
Should we have a vote?
We did,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't have a
we had
motion.
enough.
She was taking notes from me while I was trying to get someone else on.
That's okay. But actually, yeah, we did. Do you want me to go through that again? Kelly, you want to just say yes or no so we can say you're also
That's
included?
okay, we can say, I just was gonna put somebody in for the first and second. For
Motion to
motions.
approve first and second.
But
We
unanimous is
didn't
also
take
fine.
an official, or we
Well,
did roll call versus
I did a roll call vote on them all and everybody voted aye.
Okay.
So that would be that one. Healing Touch for Animals. This is way outside my level of expertise, and so I'm going to look for support of this from other members of the board because I'm a cut and sew medicine guy. And so this type of approach of veterinary medicine is a different deal for me. Not that, again, nothing negative about it, it's just not my area.
one of my questions is the person putting it on and the director and instructor. There's lots of initials, but are any of those veterinary medicine related initials?
Not that I'm aware of.
That was kind of my concern.
That's kind of where I was coming from in handing this off because this appears to be a different concept. So thoughts? I mean, and there's a lot of CE to be awarded for this. And
Oh, 20 hours.
so I have concerns, I guess.
I'm not a vet, but without a little bit more information on the person administering it, since they're not vet, I would have some questions.
That's where I was as well. Okay, John, do you have thoughts or comments on this?
I agree with what I said. This is a little, it goes back to what I said about the previous one, you know, this is half, 1 year's worth of CE on something that is not medicine. I don't think this is, I think this is too much. And I know we've talked in the past that we need to shore up what we believe in and the whole CE thing, by the law, the rule. So.
Well, I do think it's important to try to have a good interaction with your patient and try to relax your patient and be able to provide a good physical exam and not have the patient overly scared, that kind of thing. So I understand touch and relaxation and all of that, but it just seems two things I think are coming out of our conversation. One, the number of hours of CE being provided seems excessive, and two, we'd like more information on the presenters. Is that a
I
fair
just-
summary?
I also went to the website and their target, per their words, is teaching pet owners and animal advocates. So I don't know that it's necessarily targeted at veterinary care. So I have a little concern about that.
Fair enough. I don't know that we've sent anything back for either more information or just flat out rejection. So where do we go from here?
You can request more information. You did do that on a previous CE and they never responded. You can also, I believe that was in April, or you can also flat out deny it.
I think, based on what Natalie just said about their website, I don't think we can approve it.
And if they decide they still want to get approval after being denied, then they can check in with us and find out why it was denied and
Come back in
come
October.
back and,
Yeah.
give them more information.
I move we reject this healing
I have
touch.
Hang on
one
just a second.
thought really quick on
Hold
that.
that thought, John. So,
I'm totally fine with denying them, but I think when we say we deny you, we've got to say, if you choose to pursue this, this is your next step, and these are the questions you must answer.
I was thinking the
So
same
they're
thing.
prepared that
I
way.
agree with that 100%.
And then
Could we
also,
do that?
Mhm.
Good.
and then also, I think, chiropractic, medicine or the holistic approach and that sort of thing, is different than this, so I don't want to lump them together, but holistic medicine, I think, is a lot more popular now. Whether or not I practice it a lot is different than some other places. So we need to have, probably by the next meeting or so, we need to have a better grip on what we're accepting. And we ought to have like XCE in
Traditional.
non-clinical, yeah.
Well,
And then
just
maybe
to add to
like
that,
10
I
or something.
I would not lump holistic medications and practice of holistic medicine and chiropractics and acupuncture with this.
True.
I think
Yeah.
they're totally different situations.
In the regulation, it says that the course content must directly relate to the practice of vet medicine. So you might want to cite that.
Yeah,
There you go.
and not to what you found on the website.
So.
Yeah, I just,
We're sorry to say we have to deny your request at this point. Should you want to reapply, we need this information and this information.
888 IAC 1.1-10-4, standards for approval.
Okay, John, back to your motion. You moved.
Well, I'm trying, based on our discussion, I think we could
Move to deny with
move to
explanation.
deny based on the rules that Clarence gave us. That alone,
Does not fulfill the requirements for the
And-
fee.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Excellent. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay,
does it say who submitted it?
I think it's the person who's doing it.
Yes, I think he's trying to get approval to do this.
she,
Or she, what is it?
Carol Contor.
can we finish the third CE real quick or no?
You guys know Lisa Segal? She did that.
There's Michiana Rehab Service.
Jump quick, or do you want to finish this third?
So far, there's
Because
only
this
one
rehab is
approved
pretty
person in
straightforward.
Indiana.
don't we finish
The one-
this
Maybe this-
Michiana?
Well,
and
no,
then
that's
Board
what-
of Appeals?
No.
That's what I was wondering, if this
Absolutely.
was a vet
Absolutely.
or if
I'm
this is
afraid we're
just
gonna
a-
miss it otherwise.
Okay, we need to move on if you guys are okay.
Yep.
All right, third CE, and then after this, we are going to go back to the appeals, okay? So C is the Michiana Animal Rehabilitation Services. We've got a person that has done a neurology residency, a lot of background education. Dr. Cross, he's at VCA Indy, providing this. They're wanting 2 hours of CE, and they're also doing some thermal imaging education as well. This looks good to me.
Make a motion, we accept this.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Did this person actually submit it in advance?
I think, yeah.
A couple of them were, which is odd.
The conflict management is in November.
Cool.
Which is what we're supposed to do.
So, okay. All right. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sorry about that.
No, that's absolutely okay. Hang on just a second. I'm gonna bring Scott back.
I don't know where you were, but that's very impressive.
You were quick.
Yeah.
Well, I was on my way to the disciplinary commission for a depot, but I got somebody else to take that.
Oh, I was gonna say, you're looking well presented, for, if it was me, my hair'd be everywhere and it'd be, you know,
It was 15 minutes ago.
well,
I
anyway.
hope they don't know who's the lawyers for the vet board because they might be
It's all
calling
your
us.
fault.
But, yeah.
Okay, can everybody hear us that is online at this point? I hope so. We are at number 4 on our agenda for the day, which is notice of non-compliance appeals. And our order has Scott being first. And can we pull Scott up? Okay, it's just not the big picture, so.
Can someone
Maybe
remind
that
me where
just
these
doesn't
are at?
happen. Good morning, Scott. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us. If I am correct, I think you're out west. Is that right?
I am. I'm in Oregon.
Okay, well, good morning
It's a
to
wee bit
you
earlier
then.
here.
Okay, are the birds at least singing outside your window?
It's a pleasant morning, and average temperatures out here have been between about 58 and 65 this week. So that's probably a little different than what you're experiencing.
Just a tad, just a little bit, but it sounds fantastic. I hope you're having a wonderful time, especially it sounds from things that we've heard with what you've been dealing with that you need the break. And so, enjoy that. Anyway, would you be willing to start the process here? Hang on a second.
It's like it's 6:35 in Oregon right now.
No, no.
I have to do a little bit of reading here, so we're here for a notice of non-compliance of a CD audit appeal. So this is a notice of non-compliance appeal hearing being held in person or electronic communication, which it is, this 25th day of July, 2024 at 1202 East 38th Street, Suite 100 Discovery Hall, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46205 at 9:35 a.m. local time. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana found in Indiana Code 4-21.5 before 5 members of the Indiana Board of Veterinary Medicine. The notice of time and place of this hearing was mailed to the respondent as provided by law on June 7th, 2024. The purpose of this hearing is to consider Dr. Emich's notice of non-compliance appeal. Let the record reflect that Dr. Emich, I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce that.
It's all right.
Emch.
Yeah.
Emch, thank you, and I apologize.
It's all right.
Is appearing electronically. My name is Jerry Rodenbarger, and I am serving as the hearing officer for this board. The following members of the board are sitting with me on this hearing: John Schnurr, DVM, Stephen Sunbury, DVM, Natalie C. Goodwin, consumer member, and Kelly Peelman, DVM. At this time, I will request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this individual a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove himself or herself from this hearing. I don't believe we have any appearance of counsel. You do understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney in this matter?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. And you do wish to proceed without an attorney?
Yes. Yeah, I don't feel a
Okay.
lawyer's necessary to be here.
No, I just had to ask you. Thank you.
Sure. No, that's fine.
Will the official reporter designated for this hearing please stand and be sworn? Please raise your right hand and state your name.
Margie Addington.
Do you solemnly swear that you will keep complete and true notes of all that transpires in this hearing and prepare a complete transcript thereof from your notes and faithfully perform all duties imposed upon you as an official reporter under the laws of the state of Indiana?
I do.
Thank you. Well, all those who know themselves to be a witness, or may be a witness in this cause, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn. Scott, can you do that for me, please?
I can do that. You need me to stand up?
Please.
Okay.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
All righty.
The party, did you not want to be sworn in on this? I thought you had said maybe this was the one.
No.
Okay. The parties in this matter are hereby notified that the board will take official judicial notice of its file and record in this matter. Scott, you may present your case.
Okay. Well, I guess I would start out by saying that I received the letter that you mentioned. I got a registered letter from the Board of Animal Health, certainly something that as a cause of concern. And when I opened it up, I was very surprised to read the contents, primarily because I have always been very good about getting my continuing ed. I typically get between around 60 hours each 2-year period. And so I was really befuddled because I didn't feel like I had received any communication, and I'm getting a letter saying I'm out of compliance and I've got a fine levied against me. And in contacting Laura, who was very helpful, she said that you guys send those messages out by email. And the challenge I have is that for over 20 years, my primary email has been a Yahoo-based email, scott@sbcglobal.net. But in the last year and a half or so, it just appears that a lot of the Yahoo emails are having problems with just being spammed brutally. And so my email has gone from a situation where I might get 10 or 15 or 20 emails a day to something more akin to getting about 150 emails a day. And I just don't have the ability to go through them all the time. And currently I've got 38,000 messages in my inbox because this problem has become untenable. So I have begun the process of moving over to a different email address, which I gave to Laura. But the reality was that even when I did a search, multiple searches, and looked back at the times that those messages were supposed to be sent to me, I could not find them. So I feel my appeal is based on the fact that I never received or didn't, whether it's my fault or my email's fault or whatever, I never received those first 2 notices saying that I was being audited, and as a result did not comply with that audit because I didn't know it was happening. Once I contacted Laura, I immediately gathered up the information and provided the different continuing ed data and documents that you all require. And so I'm hoping that number one, that this issue on my record could be stricken or could be at least viewed as a communication error and not a lack of having the proper continuing education. And then the only second thing I would say is I would really encourage the board to consider making the second notice of compliance or the second request for compliance to be a more direct form of communication, such as a phone call or a letter, because that would have helped avoid the situation in my case either way.
Okay. Do you want to respond to this, or are you okay with me going ahead and responding? Okay. Thank you for all of that. Unfortunately, well, a number of things. One, a number of your colleagues who went, oh my gosh, I don't know what happened, but I guess I didn't get that sent in, simply have gone ahead and taken care of their fine and gotten us the information that we need And so we're kind of in a situation where, in fairness to those veterinarians, your colleagues, we have a real problem with trying to do any kind of adjustment on, just speaking for the fines specifically, any adjustment on that and still be fair with the folks that went ahead and took care of that just straight away. As far as the email is concerned, I can appreciate the inundation of emails because I get them every day too. I probably have 200 a day that I have to work through, and it's 15 minutes twice a day for me to go through both spam and my regular. And I almost always find at least one or two emails that are important in my spam, and obviously several, well, I'm not that important that I have 100 really important emails every day that come to my regular address, but I do find some. And so it's time consuming, but that needs to be done in my opinion. So I have a bit of a pushback issue, I guess, there. With regard to your email, was that email the email that you renewed your license with?
Yes, it was. And
Okay.
once I found that I couldn't even find the emails that you had sent, I gave Laura a different. I guess I was under the assumption that, and again, this is my error. I was under the assumption that something as important as a audit of one's continuing ed would be something that might be sent out via letter. But I have learned since then that is not the way you guys communicate.
Well, when we did this random audit, I mean, we had how many, over 200, or how many did you send out?
220.
220 of your colleagues, yourself included, were in this random audit. And that is number one, a significant cost to your veterinary board, but also a lot of additional work there. But my thought is, if renewing your license, and as important as getting that done is, and you trusted your email to accomplish that, I would think that your email should be equally trustworthy for us to go ahead and send you the notification on the audit. The good news in this is you've done your CE, we're accepting that. That's being applied. You're not going to have to do any additional CE for the 2 years past.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we can't do anything about your fine.
Okay. Well, I mean,
And that,
yeah.
well, that's in a rule or statute or whatever. And so we're simply here to apply that. And so that's how that will have to move forward. What else was I going to say? I think that's about it. Yes.
Reiterate that there's nothing on his license.
Oh, yeah, there will not be anything in your license, any kind of probationary statement, or somebody can't pull up and go, oh, wow, he delayed taking care of his CE. Maybe he didn't even do it. That's not going to be there. You'll be fine and clear with regard to that.
Okay.
And tremendous sympathy for everything that you're going through. That was difficult reading, and I can relate also with the, just life is super messy, and sorry you're having some challenges. Yeah, well,
a lot of us are, have been in that place where, you're dealing with elderly parents, and it's just part of life, I understand that. So, as far as paying the fine, should I just refer back to that initial letter that I got for instructions as to where to send that and how to pay that?
Yes.
Yes, that goes to the Indiana General Fund, I believe. Is that correct?
Well, it'll come to the veterinary board, to me, and then once it's deposited, all those funds, the board doesn't get to keep them. Every licensing board in the state. They go to the general fund. One thing I wanted to also point out is that every automated email that comes from us, the veterinary board, comes from a PLA address. And I can send that to you after
Okay.
the board meeting, so you can save it. But it's
Sure.
very easy to remember. It's pla@pla.in.gov. Every single reminder to renew your license, if you're selected again for an audit, if you save that and flag that address, it will come to the forefront of your inbox.
Okay.
And so that's probably very important to do so this doesn't happen again and your account doesn't route it to spam.
And I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Scott,
well,
when you had mentioned that, I was gonna say, if you were searching the Board of Veterinary Medicine for something, that would not have come up. I mean, it would
Correct.
come up through PLA. And so that might be why you missed that.
Yeah, and that could be. And you say, and again, it's like literally just in 1 month, I have like 5,000 emails. So it has become an untenable problem. So I am moving away from that email. And I will do exactly what Laura said, though. I'll put that in my contacts, and that way, that will not be spammed or lost in the Ethernet.
Okay. Scott, we've got a couple other things here.
I would just mention real quick, again, we all have to deal with emails and I struggle with that as well. But mention that our national accreditation, if you're gonna get rabies vaccinations or do health certificates, those reminders all come through email as well. And so, we kind of as a profession have gotten used to that and trying to watch out for that. But I would also tell you that your comment that the second notice, you wish that maybe that would have been a phone call or an email or a phone call or a letter or something. As we have moved this board over here, we are looking at the policies and whatnot, and we'll certainly take that into consideration as to, is that something that needs to change? We've been following what's been set up. Not saying it's going to change, but we certainly will take your comments into consideration so that making sure we're doing what's best for the profession.
Well, I appreciate that. I think that'd be helpful. I mean, again, I understand your guys' points about, hey, email is a mode of communication that we all use, and I definitely get that. And it has been frustrating to me to have an email that I've had for 20 years all of a sudden just get hijacked or become untenable or unusable. But at the same point in time, I understand where you guys are coming from.
Well, we understand that we've got your new email that you're going to start using, I think. And
Yes.
so hopefully we'll be good to go. Don't want to keep you.
Sure.
Go ahead. Clarence wants to say something.
Jim, on the fines, on my funeral board, we do reduce fines, so I just want to know if the board does, I think, have authority to reduce the fine if they want to. But I know in this situation, you didn't want to reduce the fine because he didn't oversee his email, but I just want to let you know. On other cases, you have that authority.
All right. I think we're pretty good on our side. Do you want to make any kind of a closing statement, or has our conversation been adequate?
No, I think it's been adequate. I mean, I'm disappointed, obviously, but I do understand, and I understand if others have paid that fine without protest, then maybe it does seem inappropriate to honor my request. But like I say, I think my biggest thing to leave the board with would be that comment that I think a very helpful thing would to be making that second notice something a little more formal, because as easy as email is, it also has a certain degree of unreliability depending on that can oftentimes not be the responsibility of the person who has an email. I don't know about you guys, but I've had emails that have supposedly been sent to me that never showed up, and that does happen. So there is always the possibility that there could be an email lost in the system or that didn't get delivered for whatever reason. So I think when you consider communications in the future, I just would ask that you all keep that in mind.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. These proceedings, according to notice, are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice. Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Is it okay for me to leave then?
It is.
All right. Well, you all have a good rest of your meeting, and I'll get back to my vacation, and I'll get that check written when I get back. Okay?
Enjoy those cool temperatures.
I very much am. Thank you very much.
You betcha.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Dr. Rodenberger, we need to take a vote.
I just confirmed the order.
Do we have to reopen the hearing?
No, the vote's always after the hearing is closed.
Okay.
But we need to take a vote.
Okay, we'll now take a vote via roll call. Don't you do that call? Or can I do that? John Snar?
Well, what's the motion?
I'd say that the fine is still owed.
800.
Okay.
CE accepted, fine still owed in the amount of $800.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Great. Can I do an all in favor, or do we need a roll call?
You can do an all in favor.
Thank you. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. Nina Fisher?
Hi.
Hi there. Good morning. Thank you for
Morning.
joining us.
Of course.
Are you in the middle of your rotation today?
No, I'm on vacation with my family.
Oh, well, that's two of you in a row, so this must be vacation week. Regardless, thank you for joining us. Let's go ahead and get some reading done here so we can get started for you, okay?
Okay.
Nina Fisher, notice of noncompliance of a CE audit appeal. This is a notice of noncompliance appeal hearing being held in person, or in this case by electronic communication, this 25th day of July, 2024 at 1202 East 38th Street, Suite 100, Discovery Hall, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46205 at 9:55 a.m. local time. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana found in Indiana Code 4-21.5 before 5 members of the Indiana Board of Veterinary Medicine. The notice of time and place of this hearing was mailed as provided by law on June 7th, 2024. The purpose of this hearing is to consider Dr. Fisher's notice of noncompliance appeal. Let the record reflect that Dr. Fisher is appearing electronically. My name is Jerry Rodenberger, and I am serving as hearing officer for this board. The following members of the board are sitting with me on this hearing: John Snar, DVM, Stephen Sunbury, DVM, Natalie C. Goodwin, consumer member, Kelly Peelman, DVM. At this time, I will request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this individual a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove himself or herself from this hearing. Are you well aware and you understand that you have a right to be represented by an attorney in this matter?
Yes.
Okay, and do you wish to proceed without an attorney?
Yes.
Thank you. You are still under oath? Awesome. We need to swear you in as a witness. Will all those who know themselves to be a witness or who may be witnesses in this cause, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn. Would you do that for me, please? Apologies.
Yes.
Need you to stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The parties in this matter are hereby notified that the board will take official judicial notice of its file and record in this matter. You may present your case.
Okay. Well, I was also surprised to get my letter of noncompliance after I submitted all my CE. I submitted many hours from the dates after I did my rotating internship, which would have been July 5th, 2022 to 10/15/2023. And then I explained that the CE involved in my VIRMP approved rotating internship, which was from 6/14/21 to 7/4/22, which part of that would fit inside of the required time span. So I was very surprised that I was in non-compliance, since on the website it says that additional CE can be obtained from programs including approved internships. And so I think in my kind of appeal, I detailed more so what my internship involved, but like 50 to 80-hour weeks, learning from specialists, and I mean, really trying to do everything possible to continue my education after vet school. And then, like, I detailed all the lectures that we had from specialists. And so that was just my internship part of it. And then there was a whole slew of other things to get hours after my internship. I don't think I could have necessarily gotten 2 years worth of hours on the part outside of my internship, just because there wasn't enough time. And I don't think it's possible to do that many hours during a rotating internship, since you're already working 80-hour weeks. So I guess I don't really understand how it's not approved, but yeah.
Well, unfortunately, along with where you could read that it was allowed for you to use your education in your rotating internship for your CE, that allows you to have half of your CE, or 20 hours of CE.
I think it's actually 10. I think the website's wrong. I think the regulation says 10 hours.
Oh, okay, that's new to me. Or is that?
In the flyer.
Okay, I'm sorry. We talked previously and thought it was 20, but it's actually 10. And so that left you short some CE, which is why you're where you are.
And I would say.
So the website is wrong?
I believe so. I think it's 10 hours when I look at the regulation.
Did the website say 20?
Yeah.
So how can I be at fault if the website was wrong?
Well,
The regulation.
if the website said 20, you're at fault for half of your CE. Actually, having found out that it's only 10, go ahead.
I go
I
first.
just need to remind everybody, and I know everyone needs to speak, we have to take these conversations one at a time, or the court reporter cannot capture the transcript accurately. So I believe whoever wants to go first, it's up to me. Not up to me. It's up to you. But just as a reminder, I always, try to watch out for Margie, and if she's starting to have smoke come out of her ears, then we just need to slow down a little bit so we can talk through these matters. So whoever wants to go.
Okay, I'll say one thing. She was licensed in 2021, and then one of the regulations state a licensed veterinarian or vet tech is not required to complete CE for the year in which their initial license is issued. And then I looked at the website, and it also kind of says the same thing. So I think because she wasn't required to get CE her first year, she actually only needs 20 hours of CE instead of 40. And then the debate will be whether you want the self-study to count or not. And then she'd only be allowed to have 10 hours of that. But the regulation on the self-study also says self-study methods of presentation must include a written examination or post-evaluation. So you want to ask and see if she did any post-evaluation on her self-study.
Can you hear what he's saying?
Yeah, am I okay to respond?
Absolutely.
Okay. I didn't only submit my internship as my hours. I had a bunch of other hours as well. I just want to make sure that those were accounted for, like my IVEX and all of that. I just want to make sure that like those are also in there. I did submit a post-evaluation, like my certificate from my internship. I talked to Dr. Gillespie when I initially got audited, and she said that that would count as a post-evaluation because we don't have any other sort of post-evaluation for our internship other than finishing it and getting recognized for finishing it. So that's what I submitted. So I've talked to my medical director about this. She was also very surprised about it.
Nina, I do want you to know that, or Dr. Fisher, I do want you to know that everything you submitted to me, to the board has access to. So those extra hours, that has all been uploaded into SharePoint, and they have access to that.
Okay. I don't remember the exact number of hours that the part outside of my internship was, but I'm confident that it was more than I needed.
From what I think Clarence, who is our legal support, has indicated, your first year, you had no requirement for CE. Your second year was 20 hours of CE, of which 10 can come from your rotating internship, which is a wonderful program and excellent education, I'm sure. But we have an additional 10. My question, either from some assistance here, because I'm not looking at it at this second, but where do we stand on additional hours that were provided?
I'm not finding those right now.
And I hadn't either. That's why I was, I can't answer that, so.
Could you tell us what, just so we can find it more easily, the outside of your rotating internship?
Yeah. I mean, I went to IVEX in 2022, so that should be on there. I did online IVEX and during my internship in 2021, so that should be on there. I did all of the controlled drug things online, that should all be on there. And then there's been multiple what we call like M&M rounds that our hospital does to put on CE. Those should all be on there. I feel like I submitted all of those, so
I have them, Nina.
Okay.
I have them, so I'm just gonna pass them around for the board members to look at if you give us a minute, okay?
Thank you.
And doctor, the main reason here that, at least in my mind, you were coming before us was, and apologies, did not realize when Clarence said that only that the first year you weren't required any CE, so that you went down from 40 to 20. That has made a big difference in our conversation here. And so apologies, but that was new to me this morning. And so don't be stressed, we'll figure this out.
Okay.
So you're saying 10 is all we need to find?
Commentary from the group
Okay.
while we're trying to figure this out.
So
I
assuming
think
there's
if
10
you look at
hours
that-
of additional C there, I think she would be in compliance, correct?
That's correct. That's what we're trying to do, is count up your additional CE and see whether it covers those additional 10 hours.
So that one page on like page 3 has 12. And that was outside of
The internships, so.
Yeah, and I.
Even in rounds. For the internship, I don't know, but there's plenty of others. No.
Right.
But I need to close first.
Yes. And then do the motion
Okay.
discussion.
It appears that from tallying up, once we have reduced the amount needed down to 10, that you are over the number required. So at this point, what I would be looking for from you would be a closing statement if you feel that you need one. I feel that we have a pretty good handle on where everybody sits on this right now. If you'd like to make a closing statement, you're welcome to. Otherwise, I will close the hearing part and then we'll make a judgment.
I mean, I would maybe suggest an internship be more than 10 hours, but other than that, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Okay. These proceedings, according to notice, are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice. Thank you all thank you for coming. Please stay with us while we're discussing this, okay?
Yep, thank you.
I'll motion to approve the CE that's been provided and disregard the fine.
Okay.
A second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the CE provided and to remove, eliminate, ignore the fine. I will accept at this point a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
Clarence and I were talking and we think, no criticism, a more proper motion would be to vote down the notice of noncompliance.
Okay.
Or stricken the notice of noncompliance. That way we can set out an order to her that says that, you know, this notice of noncompliance is hereby.
Our legal wisdom is less than yours.
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's
That's
just,
why
I was
they're
like,
All right, so I make a motion to do what?
I would say motion to strike the notice of
To strike the notice of noncompliance.
noncompliance.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. You're all set. Thank you for helping us get through this. Very sorry for the stress this has caused. There's some legal issues and some things in the codes that we just have to follow, and initially we thought we were following them. And so thanks for helping us work through it.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful
Bye.
vacation.
I would quickly mention just again, your comment, just so we make sure that you're being heard about, you kind of wish that the internship might be worth more than 10 hours moving forward. And so again, that's something we'll take into consideration. I think my interpretation of reading what was in there, I think maybe the mindset would have been you were working there just like anyone else would be working somewhere. And so, you know, who's to say that someone working in a general practice somewhere can't use that as their self-study? Granted, much different colleagues that you're working with, but I'm guessing that is why they wanted to put a limit in there, but certainly something that we'll look into as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, take care.
Website here, if
Is
you want
this
to look at it,
the
just to make a
statute?
change on it.
Because it's poorly written.
Yeah.
It says you need 4 hours biannually, but it doesn't say you need 20 hours or 20 hours.
Veterinary technician is the 4 hours,
Um,
depending on which one you're looking at.
Well, I'm saying
Number
a
seven.
veterinarian
Seven
licensed
on
for
the
Indiana
website.
is required to complete 40 hours of continuing education for biennial license renewal. But it says the year in which you're licensed,
I'd say
you
about 80%
don't have to do
of our
continuing
website
education,
is
but the statute is not written to say that biennial, like, you could theoretically do 40 in your second year
Working on the
versus,
website.
it doesn't say you have to do 20 in the 1 year and 20 in the second year. So it's confusing the way
It
that
is
it's
poorly
written
written. We
because
presumed that meant that
you
you only
presume that
need
that's
20.
what they mean, but it's not written that way. It just says over 2 years you need 40. It doesn't specifically say in which year you need to complete, because I'm sure some folks probably backloaded, or maybe there's a conference that only happens every other year. So if there's an opportunity to ever clarify that, I think they should.
I think we need to look at this whole thing
I think we are supposed to be working on
separately.
CE at a certain point, but I think that statute's
we're-
not clear, like you said. it says they need 40 hours
This is
over
all
2 years, but it doesn't say you
stressful.
need 20 hours of each year.
Yeah.
So then,
Then when I look at the website,
but it does say then that they don't need hours in the year in which they get a license, but that doesn't, they never specified how many that would
That's
count
what I
for.
understand. We need to, guys, we need to discuss this at a later point.
Okay,
Okay, I mean, points wonderfully well taken.
yeah, I
but
just want to make sure we
unfortunately,
don't
need
forget
to
it.
help get these folks taken care of. Craig Griffin, or Craig, are you with us? Craig? Dr. Griffin?
If he's on the phone, he may have to hit *6.
Can you hear me?
Probably.
Can you hit *6, please, Craig, if you can hear me? Because we're not hearing you.
Yeah, I don't know what I had.
Recommendation?
Is he the 502 number?
We don't know who that is.
All right, Dr. Griffin, we are going to move forward, but we will come back to you. Next up, Adrian Robertson.
She's here. Adrian, can you hear me?
She's out in the hallway, I think.
No, she's-
Oh, there she is.
Here she is.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can now. Good morning.
Good morning. I've got the phone and the computer. I'm the 502.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, she's.
Okay, well, we've got you double covered then, so that's awesome.
Yes. Okay.
We appreciate that. Are you on vacation as well?
No, sir. I am in surgery today, so I'm going back to work when we're done.
Well, I was gonna say, I hope we're not interfering in your closure or something like that.
No, I'm already done, so I'll go back when we're done.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I have to switch us around because we are changing our order just a little bit. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with your appeal. This is a notice of non-compliance of CE audit appeal. This is a notice of non-compliance appeal hearing being held electronically this 25th day of July 2024 at 1202 East 38th Street, Suite 100, Discovery Hall, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46205 at 10:15 a.m. local time. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana, found in Indiana Code 4-21.5, before 5 members of the Indiana Board of Veterinary Medicine. The notice of time and place of this hearing was mailed to the respondent as provided by law on June 6, 2024. The purpose of this hearing is to consider Dr. Robertson's notice of noncompliance appeal. Let the record reflect that Dr. Robertson is appearing electronically. My name is Jerry Rodenbarger, and I am serving as the hearing officer for this board. The following members of the board are sitting with me on this hearing: John Schnarr, DVM, Stephen Sunbury, DVM, Natalie C. Goodwin, consumer member, and Kelly Peelman, DVM. At this time, I'll request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this individual a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove himself or herself from this hearing. Okay. I am guessing that you do not have counsel with you,
No.
okay? And you understand you have the right to an attorney in this matter. Do you want to proceed without one?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. And our court reporter is still under oath. I'm going to need to have you stand up if you would, please, because all those who know themselves to be a witness in this cause, stand and raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can sit.
Okay.
The-
Such nice permission.
The parties in this matter are hereby notified that the board will take official judicial notice of its file and record in this matter. You may now present your case.
Okay.
All right.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, wonderfully. Thank you.
Perfect. My practice is, I'm located here in Kentucky. I'm a mixed animal practitioner, and I drive to Indiana to work on large animals. I wholeheartedly didn't open this email. That's my fault. My practice manager, she actually handles this for me, which it honestly got slipped. I have submitted my CE. I am here because I would like to keep my license in Indiana. There's a lot of animals that depend on me. You know, there aren't a lot of large animal vets, so that's why I'm here, because I would like to keep my license. I have no problem paying the fee. I missed the email. That's my fault. My practice manager said she was told not to pay it until we had the meeting, until we had the hearing. So that's why I have not paid it yet. But I am not here to petition to not pay my fee. It was an accident. I'm here to say, could I please keep my license? Because I think I'm needed in your state.
What type of practice do you do large animal wise in Indiana?
I will see anything. I'm a push, pull, or drag it in veterinarian. So we see, I guess, more horses. A lot of it, anybody that has cattle, a lot of times they do their own work. So sometimes I serve as a pharmacy there. But I do see a lot of small ruminants. The veterinarians that are close to us, I'm in the Louisville area, a lot of them, they no longer, it's not that they don't practice, they just quit seeing the large animals. So I guess I've had an influx, honestly, of horses because they don't, Dr. Youngblood, she's the one that most recently kind of stepped down, but she has this whole group of animals that need someone. So I'd like to keep doing that job, I could sit in my clinic and just do small animal, but I am trying, and we've hired more veterinarians that are mixed. So, and this is a total mistake, and it's my fault. The email now goes to my personal email, and I have it flagged. So I do apologize for all of this, and I apologize for taking your time as well.
Well, we certainly appreciate your attitude regarding this. The good news is that we have your CE and that will apply. And so you'll be fine from that regard. I think you've provided us adequate information here. If anyone from the board has anything that they need to hear additionally, fine. Otherwise, I'm going to ask if you want to make a closing statement. If not, I'm going to go ahead and close this audit, and then we'll make a decision. Would you like to make a closing statement? Okay, great.
No, thank you. That's what I've got.
All right. These proceedings, according to notice, are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice. Thank you so much. Okay. Now stay with us as we talk through this, okay?
Sure.
Great.
I think there's a whole lot to talk about.
Not a lot to talk about. We have our CE hours, which, by the way, will be applied, and that will not adversely affect your license at all. That's all well and good. It's wonderful of you that you're okay with your fine, because there's not much we can do about that. And so we appreciate your willingness to take care of that. I would, let's see, we need to properly how do we properly state our motion at this point?
So just denying the appeal because there's no,
I move to.
Well, we do have penalty, that's part of it.
The appeal and accept the $800.
I will second that.
What was the thing? I
We're
didn't,
just,
To deny the appeal and accept the $800 fee.
Well, she's appealing, we're accepting her appeal. I'm
No.
trying to understand the
No.
verbiage.
The appeal would be.
To change the fine or to change something. that we're-
but we're accepting her C. We're just denying the
Right.
appeal, accepting her C. She's gonna pay the fine and she's all set.
All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign.
And that was Peelman and
Me.
Sudbury.
Appreciate her service in Southern Indiana.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks for your service, Doctor. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Keep your name
Thank you very
handy
much.
moving forward for our clients that need somebody down there. Our former clients.
Okay.
How long have you been in practice?
16 years.
Just a baby.
I know.
I'm your 45, so, you know.
We do appreciate her service.
Yeah, thank you so much for helping us in the southern part of the state. That's
Thank
fantastic.
you so much.
Is your residence is in Kentucky though?
I am, yes.
Okay, awesome. Well, have a wonderful day. Get back to surgery.
Thank you. I will. Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
You're all set.
did we vote on that? We didn't vote.
Yeah, we did.
Where was I?
5-0.
Right there. Good,
There was not much to vote on because she,
I know, she got,
It always seems counterintuitive
to deny.
to deny the,
Yes.
yeah.
Well, that was my point.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
it's-
smart enough to understand
It's
that,
always,
so.
seems backwards, but that was correct.
Yes, because we have to remember
Deny.
what the actual
Yeah.
action is.
I don't know.
Okay,
Dr. Griffin,
Craig Griffin, are you with us now? Is he still online but can't hear us, or we can't hear him, or do you know?
I don't see him online.
I don't see mine.
Okay,
Do you recall seeing him at any point?
No, but.
I don't remember seeing him up here, but
Yeah.
don't always know.
We had a couple of phone numbers that turned out that Dr. Robertson was one of them.
Adam, are you with us?
I am. Yes,
Good morning, Adam.
morning.
Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Where are you at this point? We had a couple on vacation and one just jumped out of surgery to talk to us. What's happening in your life today?
Oh, I'm at Chesterfield Animal Hospital. As soon as this is over, I'll go into surgery.
Okay, well, thanks for taking the time to chat with us. Sorry, we got a little delayed this morning. Let's go ahead
Okay.
and start. Let's go ahead and start your appeal, okay?
Okay, thanks.
This is a notice of noncompliance appeal hearing being held in person, or in this case electronically, this 25th day of July 2024 at 1202 East 38th Street, Suite 100, Discovery Hall, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46205 at 10:26 a.m. local time. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana found in Indiana Code 4-21.5 before 5 members of the Indiana Board of Veterinary Medicine. The notice of time and place of this hearing was mailed to the respondent as provided by law on June 7th, 2024. The purpose of this hearing is to consider Dr. Vernengo's notice of noncompliance appeal. Let the record reflect that Dr. Vernengo is appearing electronically. My name is Jerry Rodenbarger, and I am serving as the hearing officer for this board. The following members of the board are sitting with me on this hearing: John Schnarr, DVM, Stephen Sunbury, DVM, Natalie C. Goodwin, consumer member, and Kelly Peelman, DVM. At this time, I'll request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this individual a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove himself or herself from this hearing. Seeing none, Again, the same question. I doubt that you have an attorney with you. You realize and understand that you have the right to be represented? And have you
Yes.
elected to proceed without an attorney?
I do, yes, without.
Okay, thank you. I need to swear you in. So with all those who know themselves to be a witness or who may be witnesses in this cause, please stand, raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. The parties in this matter are hereby notified that the board will take official judicial notice of its file and record in this matter. You may present your case at this point.
Well, my situation was very similar to the first doctor that came on. So I received this notice of noncompliance, and it was the first time that I had ever heard this. I figured if I had CE that was going to need to be audited, they would be sending me a letter or something. I never expected an email. I do not look at emails. I don't get emails that are this important. You talked about the license. How do I get my license? Well, that's the same time every year, just like every bill. They're all at the same time. They're always in an order. So they get paid, and it's not, but I don't receive emails that are important. If they're going to send me an email that's important, it'll be followed by a letter or something that says, this is needed. I'm an active member of the IVMA and the AVMA, and you guys all send letters. You want me to pay memberships? They send me letters. I pay them. I'm an active member. We have an association or a local association that I run, and I send a letter to every one of the members. If I send emails, I get half the people show up. When I send a letter, I get a lot more. And I've been doing that for probably 10, 15 years. I've been doing the Wabash Association. And so I have not gotten away from emails because I've not gotten 2 emails. I get so much junk. You guys talked about that. Everybody gets so much junk. It's hard to go through it. And so, yeah, I'm at a loss. I mean, I think CE is so important. I go to everyone that I can possibly go to. Like I said, I in VMA, I go to all their meetings every year. I try to attend as many of those as I can. So I usually put in my 20 hours. But then I also have, all the other ones that are the drug companies that are selling their products, because I think knowing what's new and what I can do better is important.
Okay, commentary from the board?
I guess I would start by saying your CE is not under question. You've got the hours. It's just the fact that you had not sent them in a timely manner. Again, if you've been on with us this morning, you've heard us say before about we all struggle with emails, but that is where we are in life. I'm curious, your national accreditation so that you can give rabies vaccinations and sign health certificates. I only get emails as a reminder for that. Do you get a letter for that one? Just curious.
I know, but they're the same time every year as well.
Well, that one's every 3 years.
Right.
So that's why I gets a little. I guess without a reminder, I would not know when my 3 years is up, and that is an email. And that just as we were talking through this, I was thinking, that's a very important one that I only get an email for. And without that, I can't practice, or
right.
At least not the practice that I want to run. But.
And if I delay, they send another one. Because, not that I'm late, but, if you don't immediately do it, they'll send another one, and I've received another one as well. So that's a good example. We're just struggling.
I do not.
Don't they send a letter
I don't know.
after the emails? Because I think I've received a letter from them.
I never did, but.
I would also remind you that the mail system is less dependable than an email.
I'm sorry, I don't agree. I'm sorry. I don't mean disrespect.
Well, maybe not in efficacy once you receive it, but I think you mean in terms of actually getting the letter and it not being crumpled up somewhere or not getting to you, I believe was your point. Is that
Yes,
not correct?
and people also move, and your email typically stays the same from physical address to physical address. And if the email comes back to Ms. Turner, that would be the only time she would assume that you have not gotten the email.
I don't understand that again. Because I never
Physical
opened up a letter. I'm sorry, I never opened up an email.
I'm trying to reiterate the fact that the mail system in our setting, when you have a whole state, there are examples of people that have moved out of state but still hold a license in Indiana because of where they're located. So physical addresses change from year to year or month to month. So we can't count on a physical letter to get to you, where at least an email, no matter where you are, unless you change your email in the registry, that is expected to get to you. And if something happened strange where she didn't have the address correct or whatnot, she would have an email back to her saying, this email cannot be sent, inappropriate email address, on and on. So I think the expectation of a letter is probably not going to happen.
Well, from our, go ahead.
I do understand that, but I've been in the same house for 20 years. And so, and if I move, I do feel like that's my fault. I didn't move. I haven't, and I've been at the same practice for 20 years.
Well, the policy has been to send these notices via email. I'm confident that moving forward, the initial email or the initial notification of being selected for an audit will still be an email. However, conversation today, we will probably consider that a second notice, if there was no response, may or may not be an email, may be a different route. But this is an inundation of people that we select, even if it's only 10% of your colleagues in order to do the audit. That is just a phenomenal investment and amount of time for Laura. And so we will, I'm sure, stay with an email notification, at least for the first notification of appeal. We're in a situation here today where the good news is your CE is all good. Your license is fine. It is going to be in good standing. The issue is that we're still going to require mainly the most important reason, I think, is that many of your colleagues just automatically went, oops, my bad, and sent their $800. And so, unfortunately, we're going to have to require the fine, but you are in good standing. Your CE is fine.
I don't know. I mean, I understand. I'm disappointed. I mean, I spend a lot of money with, all the memberships. You're talking about, I know it'd be a lot of money to send stamps to everybody, but we spend a lot of money through the IMVA, to be a member and to be AVMA member, and then your license fees and all that. And so I put a lot of money into the company, into the facility, into veterinary medicine, and I put in a lot of time. I mean, I love my job. So, but then to turn around and spend $800 for something I didn't receive, no, I don't think that's fair. I mean, I
think we would have to question that I'm not sure that you didn't receive it. I think that you didn't open it. Is that not a more fair statement?
That's very well possible. Yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a little different. I mean, that's not having you completely without some involvement in this process to not have opened that email. So I think we're in a situation where we're going to be requiring the penalty. Anything else from the board? Okay,
Final statement.
do you,
I would like to say
Laura would like to say something.
Doctor, I am not unsympathetic at all for your reasoning and what you're saying, but I am a one-man shop, and I am responsible for over 3,000 licenses. And there is absolutely no possible way, and this board has even operated when they were at IPLA the same way, that automated emails make everything go faster, quicker, and as I said to the previous doctor, save that email address and flag it so it comes to the forefront of your inbox when if you happen to get an email. I will tell you the only times you'll likely ever get an email from us, from the board, is reminders that renewals are coming up, and if you're selected, randomly selected for an audit. Those are the only two times. If I need you for something else or have a question, or it seems like your email's bouncing back, if I sent something, then I will contact you personally on your phone and make sure that we have everything correct. And when I do contact licensees, I go through everything, their address, their phone number, their email address, to make sure we have everything correct, because it is so vital we have that information correct.
Adam, would you like to make a closing statement of some kind for the record?
Well, I'm not a tech person, so it's really hard for me to, you told me to do something with these, flag these emails. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, I figure if somebody can help me to do that, but I don't know how to do that stuff. And that's why emails are, you get just so much junk. Yeah. So I don't know. I hope I don't have to do this again, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. These proceedings, according to notice, are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice. Thank you very much. Stick with us here, Adam, for a second, if you would, please. I'd like to start by thanking you for your service to the profession and all that you do. I've been at this a long time as well, and so I very much appreciate your hard work in the profession. This is not an issue in any fashion with your dedication to veterinary medicine or your level of involvement with continuing education. I applaud you for all of that. We're just in a situation where we need to take care of this. So, comments from the group? No. I would accept a motion of some kind.
I move to deny the appeal and accept the fine.
A motion to deny the appeal and accept the fine.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Adam. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
You bet.
He's listed otherwise, I don't see Dr. Snap on.
Charles is not present.
Craig, are you here now? And how about Charles?
Oh, Charles is
He's here in
here.
person.
Oh, he's here.
Oh, an in-person person.
No way.
They didn't want to.
The waiting room's full, we just don't have anybody who can.
Oh, I wonder where everybody.
Oh, they could have come
Yeah,
in.
please, how are you?
Well, welcome.
How you doing?
we're shocked and excited to have an actual human in front of us.
Living
This
being
is-
here.
15 minutes away.
This is fantastic from that standpoint. Well, good morning. Thanks for coming to join us. Why don't we, you say you're 15 minutes away? Where's your home?
On Paul Creek and Hay.
Oh, okay.
Goodness.
All right. Let's go ahead and get your audit appeal started, okay? This is a notice of noncompliance appeal hearing being held in person, or in this case, electronic communication, this 25th day of July, 2024 at 1202 East 38th Street, Suite 100, Discovery Hall, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46205 at 10:43 a.m. local time. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana found in Indiana Code 4-21.5 before 5 members of the Indiana Board of Veterinary Medicine. The notice of time and place of this hearing was mailed as provided by law on June 6, 2024. The purpose of this hearing is to consider Dr. Schnepp's notice of noncompliance appeal. Let the record reflect that Dr. Schnepp is appearing in person. My name is Jerry Rodenbarger, and I am serving as the hearing officer for this board. The following members of the board are sitting with me on this hearing. John Schnarr, DVM, Stephen Sunbury, DVM, Natalie C. Goodwin, consumer member, and Kelly Peelman, DVM. At this time, I'll request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this individual a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove himself or herself from this hearing. I don't see any representation or an attorney with you. You do realize that you are certainly have the right to be represented by an attorney? Do you elect to proceed without one?
Correct.
Thank you. Would you, if you're going to be a witness here, and you are, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. The parties in this matter are hereby notified that the board will take official judicial notice of its file and record in this matter. You may present your case.
Well, I received the letter, a certified letter about non-compliance of my CE credits. Hadn't noticed the email, so didn't know anything about it, and had plenty of CE credits. So then I called Laura, explained to her I didn't even know it happened. So maybe
Come on, tell us more.
I listened to the other guys talk. It sounds like it's a communication problem. I mean, there's nothing more than that. So the communication wasn't there, partially my fault, I'm sure, but that's the way it is. I expected a letter. I would have, that little letter you sent, if you would have sent it up to the second notice, then we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't waste your time and my time. But not the case.
Well, in conversation in previous ones of your colleagues that we've talked with this morning, we're certainly taking under consideration or advisement the second notice of the audit potentially being actual mail, but I'm pretty confident we'll start with electronic communication just because of the sheer numbers and the inundation for Laura, what she has to do in that regard. But we certainly appreciate you providing the CE to us, and that certainly will count, and you'll be fine and in good standing with regard to your CE and your licensure. But we are going to require the fine that goes with the tardy presentation of the CE.
And I understand that a little. So you said, well, we're good. I heard you talk before. You said, okay, we're doing that because my colleagues went ahead and paid the fine.
That one of the thought processes is we felt it would be unfair to those that were in your same position. And
They were in the same position. They had just not responded, or they didn't do the CEs.
no, they had just not responded.
They just went ahead and paid it.
They paid it and sent in their CE and said, oops, my bad, I
Was it
didn't
fine
see the
because they didn't
email.
respond or because they didn't do the CE?
Well, they did the CE, we just didn't know it. As far as we knew, they didn't respond and they didn't do the CE. But after they got their letter, realizing what was up, and they did actually open the letter, they went, oh my gosh, I didn't open my emails. I missed my notifications. Darn, I've got an $800 fine. I better get this CE in there. And so they did that and are now in good standing. And so for the ones that did that, it's kind of tough for us to shift and change our focus simply because you're here in front of us.
Yeah, but that's the purpose of an appeal. Because
Well, and
my
we're-
appeal was because I did the CE. It's not because I didn't see.
And
I
there's
didn't-
two,
I
there's
did
two
this
parts,
right.
there's two parts to this. One is you did your CE, and so you get all credit for that. And you're not gonna have to go back and do it, plus the CE for the next 2-year cycle. So you're in great shape there, and we are accepting it, even though it was not turned in a timely fashion. But unfortunately, there is a fine in the statute that goes with that.
Yeah, I don't agree with it, but I understand. I mean, you're stuck on that. I think the purpose should be whether we have CEs or not, and the communication was partially my fault, but it could have been handled differently. Then you wouldn't have to do all this stuff.
Well,
I mean,
we appreciate, we certainly appreciate
got
that.
letter. But,
From the board? I think, Steve, you were getting ready to say something or no?
I would just say, your comment, you did your part, and I guess we would say we did our part by sending out 2
Yeah.
emails to let you know, hey, you were one of the chosen ones to get audited this year. So then it was back in your court. Curious, just since we've asked the others, as far as email, I'm inundated with so many emails, I miss them. Do you think it was possible that it went to a different email?
I think I went back, Laura looked, I think I went back and found it.
Okay, I'm just
You
curious.
know, I probably looked at it. Oh, I'll look at it later. And the next day, then it's a day down, missed it. I did that twice.
Yeah.
How'd I do that? Did it. So yeah, I'm sure I missed it. Pretty important thing that, you know, it seems like too much. It could have been, I mean, all they had to do was call me. And I know that's a lot of work for you, but it just seems, I mean, I heard other people say the same thing, was, I'd be listening, and I agree. And it just doesn't seem quite right, but you get your statutes, you gotta do it. So that's fine.
And if
I'll pay my bill.
you said you were listening out there, so I'll sound like a broken record, but again, your national accreditation, as far as I know, that's only an email, that's every 3 years.
I don't know why I don't miss that.
Okay, I'm just kidding.
I probably have. No, I don't think I've ever missed it. I'll tell you what, I could. And I actually have my associate, I say, when's our license stuff due? Because
Yep.
I just miss it, you know. But it's difficult. And even letters can occasionally be missed too. So I mean, I agree there too. Certified letter wouldn't have been missed. So you're thinking of moving that back one stage further would solve probably a lot of your problems.
Certainly going to consider, we'll talk about that.
It just seems a little much.
Are you comfortable with your communication with us, or would you like to make a closing statement?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. The parties in this matter are hereby notified that the board will take official judicial notice. These proceedings, according to notice, are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice. Thank you. Stick with us here for a second. Okay, pretty straightforward here. Kelly, you want to make a motion for us?
Sure. I move to deny the appeal and accept the fine.
Okay, we have a motion
Second that.
and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
哎 Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay.
Can I just say, I did not count your CE hours because I don't know if I could count that high. You must be a glutton for continuing ed, which is great.
You know, once they switch to that virtual thing like the BMX, where you can sit back and watch them and take little quizzes, and they take quizzes. I said, well, I can do this. Well, I missed some of the quizzes. Damn, I have to take notes too. So it's a great thing. I mean, I think it's the greatest thing in the world. I'll tell more. I've got a nice reference of notes now.
Yeah.
Go back, and I love that stuff. Because I would forget it if I just go in there and sit. But
It's impressive.
yeah, I enjoy it.
And that's one of the things I think that, we're looking at as we move forward on CE. The CE rules as written, I think were written in the 80s and kind of freshened up maybe in the 90s, but things really have changed post-COVID. We have all these virtual conferences that you can attend, and so and that's how I know I get my CE now. And so I think a lot of people are looking at those and taking those, and as you suggest, it's much easier. And I don't know about vet conferences, but like at the virtual lawyer conferences I attend, they randomly select times and then the whole thing stops. And if you don't click that button within a few seconds, then it'll cut you off because they think you're not watching and you have to be right at that computer. So anyways, those are things that we're considering and looking at, obviously, or the board is thinking and looking at considering for CE going down the road, because it's just the statutes and the rules have become muddied, I think, over the years, and so we want to make it clear and easy.
Technology has advanced the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Technology has advanced the last 30 years.
Yeah, when I was in college and I took a distance ed course, the teacher sent me all the packets, and I did a packet a week and wrote out everything and sent it in, and I can't even imagine doing that now, so.
Well, thank you for joining us.
You have a brother Steve or Scott?
I do.
I'll say he's passing me.
I will let him know.
Tell him say hi.
I will. I won't tell him where, I'll just say hi.
At this point, he likes Scott more than he likes you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Craig Griffin, are you with us?
So
Craig is not.
he is not, it is his
He's outside.
appeal. So, Clarence, do you want to explain the procedures?
Yes, notice of proposed dismissal, this is the motion we need right now, and then he'll have 7 days to explain why he didn't show up today. And if he doesn't, then the next hearing, we can just dismiss his appeal.
So we need a motion to move for
A notice of
a notice
proposed
of
dismissal.
Proposed dismissal.
proposed dismissal. Can I give that? And did I just give it?
What did you do?
I'll second it if you do.
Okay.
It's a,
We have to,
default, it's a,
Proposed
Proposed
dismissal because
dismissal.
the appeal is his request.
so we just dismiss the appeal.
At the next meeting if he doesn't show.
Yeah, we give him a chance to explain why he's not here, and if he doesn't do that, then we'll dismiss it, his appeal next time.
Okay.
So we need to go on the record, correct? Sure. Do we need to go on the record for that?
Oh, if you want to. it's-
I don't think we need to, do we?
Yeah, we're okay.
Okay, okay.
Okay, we
So
have a motion and a second on the floor already.
I
Correct?
haven't even, oh, okay.
We're just way ahead of you.
I do not type while I peck. Who
We're
was
going to,
the,
as soon as we finish
who was
this.
the motion and who was the second?
I was the motion.
Okay.
Steve was the second.
All right.
You're not that old.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay,
Right time?
we're good to go there.
Just,
All right, we're taking a break. We are back from our break, and so let's start back up. We are at personal appearances. And A, under personal appearances, is probation. Dr. Medlock? Yes, sir. Come on up and visit with us, please. Good morning, how have you been?
Doing well, how are you?
Doing okay. Doing okay. Why don't you tell us what you've been up to, how things are going? Give us a little background.
Met with Ann at the veterinary wellness deal and just doing the stuff.
Okay, and how's that going?
Fine.
Okay, you feel good about that then? Okay, excellent. What are you doing? I know you sold your practice at the end of 22, right? Are you practicing or what, at this point?
Same practice. Just
Oh, okay,
medical
you
director.
sold, but you stayed on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing that too.
Yeah.
So it's a different deal, isn't it?
It's different.
Indeed.
Different stresses, less in the morning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How many employees are the same as when you had the practice?
Just me and one associate. She's been with me for 12 years, I think.
And how about lay staff?
That's just, you own the practice, you know how that goes. It's turnover after turnover.
Understand.
Yeah.
So anybody still there in the lay staff from when you were running the practice?
My wife.
Well, that's good news, I guess.
Yeah. From when I owned it, yeah. Two techs, I think. Two techs and my wife.
Yeah, I'm in my 5th year since I sold.
Yeah.
And we have a staff somewhere north of 50. And there's 2 doctors and 2 staff. Well, that's it.
Yeah.
And everybody else is new.
Most of me, I've been.
I'm surprised they let me still be there, quite frankly.
Yeah, most of your management staff cuts out, I expected that. Like tech staff, anytime you get somebody good, they find something somewhere else, it seems. And
Right.
the ones that aren't good don't last.
Where do you stand on your criminal situation, on the legal aspects? Is that all done?
No.
You're still on probation? And when does that end?
November 27th
November
of this year, 27th.
27? Okay. Kind of like our conversation went before, and anybody else can jump in anytime they'd like, but I think from our conversation, we kind of didn't want to do a lot to address anything until after your criminal probation had ended. That made most sense with regard to your licensure.
Sure.
Does that make sense to you as well? Okay. That said, do we have a thought on 11/27? That'll be after our next meeting. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. it's
So we'll be
October.
looking at the January meeting to consider taking action for you in a positive way. So do we need, or is the requirement for him to come back on the 11/20, on the November, Clarence, on the November meeting, or is he every 6 months, or where would he be, or can we just plan on seeing him in January?
If I could just ask, please, like, it's a day off work for me and like an hour, 40 minutes of travel. That's 20 patient contacts that I don't get to make, and we're already way short staffed. So if you guys don't absolutely need me here, like, I would appreciate not having to come, so I can be there and work.
Well, you'll have to come for your
Yeah, I get it.
action. Your point is maybe the November meeting or something like that.
Yeah, could you do that electronically today?
I'm sorry.
Could he do that
That's all it
electronically,
I
November?
think the personal.
Well, we're going to decide if he even needs to connect at all with us on that
The board
visit.
wanted to comment on that or.
What? Yeah, I think the only personal appearance was for today.
So we can
And it was
we
due
can
to
decide
answer
on,
report, yeah, if
yeah,
there were any
what we're gonna do
questions
moving
or-
forward,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, we need a motion for that.
Well, I've got you beat. I'm 2.5 hours away. They may fire me when I get back for not being there, so, you know,
Because he would have.
just so you
he would
know.
have to be the one that has to come up.
And then
What's your real feeling about continuing the care? I mean, you're meeting with them, right?
With,
The IVMA sponsored,
with Ann.
and yeah,
It's fine.
okay. I just wanted, because that's what, I mean, obviously we set that up, you know.
then the board might want to discuss why he's on the vet well-being program. Would they even want to remove him from probation? Because he might apply to come off probation, but if he's still in that program, would the board feel safe taking him off probation?
I think we need to hear from maybe Ann as far as,
I think that would be a discussion at the next time that it's starting a year. In June is when you started, I think is what we had.
Yes.
With the well-being program, and I think that goes into our discussion then as to, do we, because it was indefinite probation with, and we weren't gonna make any judgments on when could ask off until criminal proceedings were done, and I would assume the
Yeah,
well-being
because,
program probably is gonna be part of that, so we'll
Yes.
probably,
yeah, the probation order states when his criminal probation is over, he can petition to come off, but I thought it might be kind of pointless if the board decides we want to hear from the vet well-being program.
Yeah, so you could request to call Ann for the January meeting as well. If he wants to come off probation in January. And then you can hear from Ann as well and see how you feel about that.
but January will be just a regular visit like this with a report from Ann, right? That would not be his actual hearing to come off. Or would it?
It could be, yeah. If he wants to request to come off, he could request it. What I think Clarence is getting at is, he's also on the well-being program. So he can request to come off probation, but since he's in the well-being program, you may want to hear from Ann at that hearing as well, which is why I'm saying we may want to have Ann come to that hearing.
When did you begin the well-being
June something
of
this year.
just 24?
June 6, 24. So
Oh,
it was
yeah, you
listed.
should get to the point we're making is maybe to get 12 months in under his
Yeah.
belt with that, which would mean January would be a little premature.
Yeah, so
So,
I just want to bring up, it might not be smart to petition to come off probation because the board might just deny it.
I figured it, yeah, I mean, I figured. we had-
So then the question becomes, because we don't have it written, I don't believe in
the stipulation.
the stipulations, how often to appear. It was come here today, and then we were gonna go from there, so we probably ought to think about.
Well, 6 months would lead for, if we did January, then we'd skip one again, and then you could petition ahead of time to have a hearing in, would it be June or July, like this meeting, it'd be July. So it sounds like we can, everything going wonderfully, get you taken care of a year from now.
Yeah.
Does that sound okay?
And not specific for you, so don't read into this wrongly, but when someone requests an appearance to petition to come off of their probation, doesn't mean they're going to come off probation. That means we're going to discuss it. I think sometimes when we're talking through and then it's like, that meeting, you can, every case is different. So again, that's not, it's taking you out of this equation. I just wanted to say that.
But he can request the hearing at least for July. That doesn't mean he's coming off, is
That's
your
what I'm
point.
saying, yes.
But
That's
I'm
just
looking
making
to
it clear.
get him on the docket for the hearing for July. So
Yeah.
that'll help move things through a little better for you.
I appreciate that.
How are you doing with what got you here in the first place?
Kind of licked my wounds, came to terms with everything. A lot better.
Life is good now?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So what it sounds like we're coming to a conclusion on is, I understand the hardship, but we'd like to see you in January. And then everything goes well, potentially have you request a hearing to come off your probation at the July meeting. But we'll need a pretty good report from Ann as to your progress.
Yeah.
Before that, so it can be in the record. Okay?
So just plan on being here January, and then we'll work on July, as I understand.
Other comments from the board?
And Laura will send him a notice before the January meeting, correct?
I don't need a certified letter.
Thank you.
Can you send that by email?
Can I just
You're
give you
gonna get a letter in the mail.
Can I just give you my cell
Goes by
phone, maybe
pigeon.
text
You
me?
pigeon.
Oh,
Just exactly how
I
many
am never
emails do
doing
you go through?
I'm never doing texting.
I'm not above missing an email. I'm one of those people, I would say a safe estimation, I've got like 70,000 other emails.
I know you delete those out.
Next
No,
year,
long
be
after I
ready.
started, it's like every time I start, then I get called into the room, and somebody hops onto my computer and then does everything else done, so, yeah.
Wow. All right, anything else for the good of the order for this good doctor?
Good.
Thanks for coming to see us.
Not a problem, so it's good to see you guys.
You clean up pretty well too. You're looking good, man.
Wipe the poop off.
Yeah.
You guys take
Mine
care.
was dog hair. I got that off though.
That's why I wear black scrubs, only the hair shows.
Perfect.
You guys take care.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Dropping stuff. Shelby, are you here with us?
Yeah.
Oh, come on up and have a seat. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
What brings you before this group of people here?
I am here to be approved to retake my VTNE for the 5th time.
Okay. We have your previous test results before us, but without going back and doing some digging, there wasn't a lot of other background. Would you be willing to give us a little information of your education, where you got that, when you got it, what you're doing now, where you live, stuff like that?
Yeah, my education, I graduated from IBC in April of 2022. And then I have been working at Indy Vet, an emergency specialty hospital, since. I currently live here in Indianapolis. But I've just been still working currently, studying hard, and just I'm trying to take it one more time, or as many times as it takes to get my license, because I love what I do. I work in the anesthesia department at Indy Vet. I monitor critical procedures. I'm on the on-call schedule. Foreign bodies, RNAs, GDVs, you name it, I monitor on my own. And then I've recently been studying with doctors and criticalists at work, trying to find different ways. I do everything I feel like I can. I write everything down. I make note cards, and my newest, what I'm doing at work, is studying with doctors now to try and get their side of things and maybe see if that will help my studying at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is your weakest on the test, or does it stay the same? What you're low
I
on?
feel like it usually stays the same, but I feel like I do struggle the most. I feel like in dentistry and laboratory, it's like for what the results show.
You sound like your background and your experience is wonderful. is it a testing thing? Does it scare the
Yeah.
dickens out of you or?
Yeah, I'm on anxiety medication. I get that adjusted before my tests to try and help lower that before I go in. But yeah, I'm a very stressed person when I get in there, and I try to take deep breaths. And if I don't know the answer to the question right away, I don't let that take over. Like, oh, I don't know one question. I try and mark that, come back, do the ones that I know and make me feel confident. But I seem like I'm still just not getting it.
Do you find Dr. Sunbury to be real scary?
No.
No? Okay, well then you're not in that bad a shape. Joking aside, hopefully you'll do really well this time. Go ahead.
Last week, I was representing a local veterinarian at the IBC's accreditation, and I learned a lot of things. Are they paying for your retakes?
Mm-mm.
I think they will. You might want to go back and check on it.
Oh.
That just blew me away. They will, I don't know whether that's first time.
Well,
Or
when I
what?
graduated from there, they said the only thing I got told, like money-wise, is if I passed the first time, they'd reimburse me.
Okay, maybe that's what they're doing.
But, yeah, that's as far as I know from schooling-wise.
Because, from their accreditation standpoint, they have to meet a certain standard of people that pass. And that's why they're wanting, but I don't have, the test anxiety is, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you other than just keep trying. I mean.
Now, are you doing practice tests, I assume, and that sort of thing?
Yeah, I've had vet tech prep, and I still have like my VT&E book from school, and I take the practice test from there. And at my work, I have great study materials there too that I use, so.
And do you have people dancing around your chair, beating pans and, listen to loud music and stuff while you do it, or
No.
distractions?
No, it is hard being at work though, because NB Vet in the hospital, it is very demanding. So a lot of my studying is at home and not at work, and we aren't allowed to study at work anymore just because some people have, not want to say ruined it, but taken the opportunity from other people because they aren't actually studying when they're given that time. So now at my work, we aren't allowed to study on the clock anymore, so.
It's really shocking that some people ruin something for some others.
Yeah.
Never heard of that before.
Yeah, it was very disappointing, so I have to follow the rules at work, so.
Couple of things I have, looking at your scores, the first 3 times, you just kept leapfrogging closer and closer.
Yeah.
And then this last one, you slipped backwards. Any thought as to what was different? Was it a different study process leading up to it? Was there more of a test taking anxiety that time for some reason?
I think because I'm getting so, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's my 4th time now taking it.
Okay.
I'm like, it's kind of embarrassing, but I'm gonna keep trying.
Second question I have, I know that they will allow some, when you're taking the test, if there are anxiety issues, they will allow some changes in the testing. Have you looked into that? Are you doing that already?
I have not, and I don't know if test anxiety qualifies for disability. I've seen when I applied for the VT&E, there's that option. So I can look into that though.
Just like thought process.
Yeah.
Shelby, I don't want to dip into your medical history or anything like that, but I am generalized. I have generalized anxiety and panic disorder, and those are federally recognized disabilities. So if you have been diagnosed, you have special accommodations that they must give you.
Okay.
And all you do is need to speak to your doctor and see what accommodations would work for you. If it's music you need to hear in the background, they will allow instrumental music at VT&E. If you need to be in a room by yourself, it's all the scratching and the constant, it's just like, oh my gosh, people know the answers and I don't know the answers. And then you all of a sudden go kind of spinning into your own world. They will allow that accommodation as well. You need to speak to your doctor. And get that information and then submit it to VT&E. I've had at least 2 other candidates that have reached out to me and asked what to do, and I advised them of that, and it worked.
Okay, that's
So,
great to know.
yeah, so.
And now you've been here and you know we're not scary. So don't let that be a thing this
Okay.
time. Yeah. We're here to help, quiet room and no fear. We'll get it.
I hope you're getting the impression that we're super supportive of
Yes.
you and
Yeah.
want to see you succeed, and we expect you to sneak back by and show us when. In person, no, you don't have to do that, but we really look forward to hearing that it went well.
Thank you so much.
So you have our blessing.
Thank you.
Go
Reach
make
out
it
to me
happen.
if you have any questions about those letters, okay?
I will, I'll do that. I
We have-
You
appreciate
brought
that.
some help with you here today.
Yes, because I have to.
We all work
send the
together.
letters.
We all work together.
And I have to be here today,
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Oh, you will, there.
so it works
Yeah.
out.
Now, who are these people?
We all actually work together, a coworker of mine, another fellow tech, and then our criticalist, Indy Vet
Yeah.
Vibes.
I had to be here today, so, and we always take our boards together.
Yeah.
I'm Dr. Daniel Martindale, I'm the criticalist at Indy Vet, and I've helped both of them study. Yeah.
Question is-
Well, help her more.
I've been doing a tough job for a sec.
Is Dr. Gillespie still,
Yeah, she's on a sabbatical.
she's on?
Yeah. She's living that up.
Yeah.
She actually stopped by work last week and she looked so well rested.
Oh.
I said, oh.
Now, are you where Dr. Fisher did her rotating internship?
Nina Fisher?
Yes.
Yeah, correct.
And
Yeah,
is she
she's here.
still there with you?
Yeah, she's on vacation now. Yeah.
Okay, that's what she told us.
Oh, yeah. She's out of state before she goes on nights.
Yeah, we all work together.
Okay, you're taking over our meeting today.
I will make a motion to allow a retake.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. You're in.
Thank you.
Good.
Good
Do
luck.
this. Now go make it happen.
Is that still $350 a time?
Yes, yeah. It's not cheap. I've used, this past time I used CE to pay for it, luckily, but
I
Go
did-
tell everybody that we saw ahead of you that we're nice people.
I will.
Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you.
Kristen, are you here?
Prison.
You're the same person that we just talked to about her? Wow. Okay. Well, hi, Kristen. Thanks for coming to us. Kind of similarly, do you want to kind of introduce yourself to us and give us a little background and let us know what happened to be here and how you're doing and all that kind of thing, if you don't mind?
So, obviously I was called upon because, I have a charge. I was 19 in a drinking and driving car accident, which resulted in a fatality. And so I was 19 when that happened. I was sentenced and was incarcerated. I was on pretrial for 2 years before that. I did CPR on her. So I had a few mental battles going through that as well. But I was incarcerated for 2 years. While I was incarcerated, I helped people get their GEDs. COVID happened, and I was the only minimum security in a maximum. So I was in charge of running around and doing the responsibilities that the guards couldn't have the other people do. Then I got out and I did panels for a while. So I would go and I would talk to anywhere between 60-year-old, 50-year-old kids about drinking and driving. I've done a lot of classes. I did panels for about a year. I'd go all over the state. I was on house arrest as well for a year. And I did like a breathalyzer thing 6 times a day. And then I've been off for about like 2 years maybe. I got married within 2 months of knowing my husband. And we had.
Sounds a little impulsive,
I'm
but
a very
okay.
impulsive
Yeah.
person. No, and now I have a baby. She's 15 months now. She was supposed to she has a few disabilities herself, and she was supposed to get her tube out today. And so I had my friend take her, and now she's not getting her tube out. So she was premature by 4 months. She was born with her stomach and intestines outside of her body. But she's doing well. She's doing good. She's funny. She's eating. She's happy.
Otherwise,
Great baby.
wonderful, great little baby.
So we go to speech therapy, we do physical therapy, occupational therapy, and then I work full-time at Indy Vet. I've been there since I was 17 years old. Dr. Spicer and Gillespie actually came to my court hearing and supported me through everything.
When did schooling happen? When did you?
Oh, yeah, I graduated IDC I started when I was 17 years old,
okay.
and yeah, I graduated a while ago. I don't know. So yeah, that's me.
Did you graduate before or after the DUI?
Before.
Before what?
The DUI.
How are you handling alcohol at this point?
I don't drink and drive. I do socially drink occasionally, but I don't drink and drive. And I mean, my responsibility is with my baby. So I was raised by kind of a toxic environment itself. And I was previously engaged to a man who was not well either. And so it just was a bad place in my life. And I just made the selfish decision to not be responsible. So I've since grown, and I mean, I can't take it back, you know what I mean? And I mean, it's a burden and I will live it every day of my life. But this is kind of like the last step to make sure that is not me. That's not who I am. It was a mistake, selfishly, but that it was me, but that does not define me. And now that I've actually passed my boards, I had to take it a few times. It's just like another step in my career to better not only myself, but be like the best mother I can for my child at this point is my responsibility.
When you said incarcerated for 2 years, do you mean in a facility?
I was in a
locked up?
maximum, yeah, I was in a maximum security in Rockville. It's a prison, and I was the only minimum security because I wasn't even supposed to, so I had never been in trouble before. And my attorney said that I'd probably get like a work release kind of thing. But the judge, from a small town, but the judge looked at me straight in the eyes and was like, I'm gonna make an example out of you. He had been on call since Wednesday, and my court trial date was on a Friday, and my sentencing date was on a Friday. And he said I was like the 16th OWI, and he said it's my generation that makes him upset, and he's gonna set an example. So I did a cap of 4 years. So I did the 2 years of incarceration in the facility. Then I got out and was on house arrest and did like all the panels, had the breathalyzer stuff and everything like that. So I've been off for a while, but yeah.
And are you allowed to drive now?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
So Indy Vet stayed with you then?
Yep.
Workplace? Yep,
and I'm in a leadership position there now. I'm one of the leads of the ER emergency, and I do my 312s. And then I spend the rest of my weekdays running my daughter around.
And she's a year and a half now, or what'd you say?
She's 15 months now.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
not quite, all right.
How premature was she?
4 months.
daughter
And did
was
she
premature as
immediately
well.
go to surgery? Or
No,
how
so-
do they handle that?
So I was high risk. They caught her thing when you do like the gender thing. And so I was doing appointments Mondays and Fridays. And I had to go in on a Thursday because Friday, something was happening on Friday. My water had been broke and I was having contractions and I didn't know. So they hospitalized me and their plan was to keep me pregnant in the hospital as long as they could. And then I was hospitalized for a week and then we started crashing and they took me to surgery. And they took her to surgery after they ripped her out of me.
I'm assuming they knew she had this condition before
Yeah,
the
when you do
delivery?
like the anatomy scan, when you find out if they are boy or girl, I never wanted to be married or have kids, so I got best of both worlds.
Yeah, welcome to that. So,
But no, we're gonna try again in October.
were you at Riley's or where did you have?
We're a Peyton Manning ambassador now. We're
Where was all that work done? There?
yeah, the women's facility. So we did she's a Peyton Manning baby, the hospital, and now she's an ambassador. So we go to different events and sponsor and give people hope.
Wow, okay. Other questions or comments?
So what's your responsibility in the practice now? What do you do?
So I have a team of, was it 6 girls? About 6 girls, and I'm in charge of basically pretty much everything. And then I work side by side with the doctors and we discuss like the best plans, diagnostics wise, treatment wise, client communication. If there's a tougher little client, I normally am the one that go in there and de-escalate the situation. We run codes. I try to train the girls in just to do the best they can and grow and teach them how to do radiographs, teach them how to do blood sticks, chest taps.
And your team are RVTs, is that correct?
Half, probably half RBTs, half unboarded girls.
And they're doing chest taps also?
No, they do not.
Okay, just.
They assist and they help. But typically, if you haven't been to school, then we typically keep you. We're working on a leveling technician thing in the hospital right now. I am not involved, but I know of it. So that's going to help us kind of gauge of what we allow our girls and a few guys to do.
Yeah, we have different level assistants as well.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But we're a teaching hospital and we're very accepting and if that's something like you want to do, we support it. And then we teach you the what's and the whys. Like you could be doing this field for 20 years and be very skilled, but you still lack that education that you got in school. So part of what we're trying to work on too is like the what's and the hows and whys. Like sure, you can do a cysto, but do you know the risk or the reasonings?
okay. Okay. Other questions or comments from the board? Because we need to remember that we're looking at a conviction of concern here. And so we have some parameters that we're held to stay within. And we have to answer questions to ourselves and in making a decision of what we're going to do here. So everyone has had a chance to read through or think about those concerns and those points. Feel free here, Clarence or Laura, to help guide us through this if you are willing.
Yeah, my recommendation today was just to approve her.
That's pretty straightforward. Thanks for all the
Do you
input.
understand this is a
Appreciate it.
conviction of concern by the code? Might explain what that even means, just to make sure everybody
I
understands.
can,
Or Laura.
it's right here.
Okay.
So a couple of years ago, the state legislature passed what are called convictions of concern. And they are a variety of convictions that either bars an individual from even holding a license or causes or requires a board to look and either approve or deny the license based on certain criteria. So all the boards, let's say you were a nurse practitioner and you're applying for an application. All the boards are acting in unity in respect to how they are making that approval or denial. So obviously, what happened in this situation is a conviction of concern per statute. And so moving along then to whether we approve or deny, if the board approves the conviction as concern, then they have to, now Clarence, this is my understanding, they have to have these actual findings in the order.
My understanding was if they denied her, then they'd write an order and explain the reasoning. Is my understanding of the statute.
And that we just had to take into concern or into consideration all of those things when we're
Whether to
approving.
deny, it says if an individual has a conviction of concern, the board, commission, or committee shall consider the following in determining whether to deny a license or certification to the individual based on the following factors. So, okay,
Yeah, we just need to take those into consideration.
If
The
you
nature and
decide to deny.
seriousness. No,
So you-
even if we decide to accept, right?
We take it into consideration, we only have
We
to
don't have to
explain
write it
ourselves
up, right.
further if we didn't.
right, okay,
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, this is our very first one.
Me too.
No, I know it's your first.
We're
But,
working through this together, okay?
This law actually passed before COVID, and then none of the boards could get it into their rules
Yeah.
until after COVID. So this is,
Well, it's just a tricky thing anyway.
yes.
Well,
So-
Anyway, to make this reasonably simple, when we look to our legal counsel and, initially it's like, yeah, I'd approve it. I mean, it was that, and
Oh,
the
yeah.
point to that, I think, is that at least my feeling, and I can't speak for the rest of the board yet at this point, but my feeling is also that, you have done everything that's been asked of you. A lot of time has passed. There's a point where forgiveness has to come into play, and moving forward, as you kind of said, you need to shed your old self and move forward. And I think you're there, in my opinion. Now, I need to hear from the rest what they think, but that's my point of
I need
position.
the timeline. I need to,
Well, this
you
was
had the
like
conviction prior to getting your,
No,
No.
she already had her degree and was
Okay.
working.
Conviction, she was working.
so we picked this up on the
She went to school when she was 17, is that correct? And this happened when she was 19.
all right, okay.
And so we're now that many years down. How old are you now?
26.
Yeah, okay, so we're 7 years down the road from this incident.
My question.
When did we pick this up on the license?
Because she's applying for a license.
Yeah, I just
And had a
had
positive response.
I couldn't,
That's what I'm getting at. She-
license,
Oh, you don't have a license at this point?
I just now passed my RBT boards, and I had to
Okay,
get
that's
approval.
what I was,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah, I can't present an application to the board until she's checked off everything on her side, and she has. So, like Dr. Marsh had a question yesterday, did she pass the VTNE? Yes, she did, but I don't put all that in your file.
Okay.
One of my questions, from getting out and what you've done since then, Jerry said, seems very, like you've got things in control. You're
Yeah,
handling things.
it was isolated event.
Yeah. Immediately afterwards, typically what we're seeing when a case somewhat similar to this would come before us, there's meeting with counselors, there's going through all the steps. Did you have that as part of?
Oh, yeah, I had to
just didn't see that written out. So
Yeah, I had to do, so pre-trial, before I went away, I had to do like counseling, substance abuse counseling. They deemed me low risk, so I did like the 20 hours
That's what I wanted to hear.
before. And then while I was incarcerated, they had like this substance abuse dorm. So, and I actually ran and created like templates and organized it and had different, it's like it's kind of like AA and NA, but in prison they have it like differently. But it was just so unorganized and they would just meet and like, it wasn't progress. There was no progression there. They were just there. So like I had the opportunity to meet with one of like the outside counselors would come in and we organized and put something together. So I did that as well as like the GED. And then once COVID came and they came in hazmat suits and shut everything down, I was the only one allowed to go and do stuff.
I also want to add that it seems like you've had so many opportunities of challenges in your life since then to fall back into something that would be really easy to fall back to. And what happened years ago was wretched, but you had choices these last 7 years, and I'm really happy to hear how you've chosen to handle it in some really, really tough spots. So I think,
Thank you. I appreciate
good.
that.
This is really nerve-wracking, but you really have chosen the hard path, and I applaud you for that.
Thank you.
Other comments? Thoughts?
I'd like to hear from the colleague.
Yeah, so I helped Kristen study this last time for the VTNE. And I'm relatively new to IndyVet. I just finished my residency in ECC last summer. So I'm new to the practice starting in October. So it was one of the first times that we met each other. She asked me if I would help her study. And we met weekly for the 2 months leading up to it. At my house outside of work hours, and she put in the work, and a lot of it for her was honestly test-taking strategies, and so we worked through a lot of that stuff together, and I think that was, the knowledge was there. She had the knowledge the whole time, and the skills, but she just needed to work on her test-taking, and then as a colleague at work, she runs a tight ship in the ER. She keeps it going. She is, out of all, we have 4 triage leads. Is that right? Three triage leads. She does the best job out of all of them. I can say objectively, having worked with all of them, she keeps on top of everything. She's the example of she lets the doctors' jobs be so much easier because she takes the burden of keeping things coordinated and moving and diagnostics going. She's incredibly caring. She's always there for her coworkers as well, and always putting patient care first, which I think is the most important thing. But she, just in the short time I've known her, I've seen growth in her skills as a tech, her willingness and wanting to grow and learn. And like she said, with IndyVet being a teaching hospital, we really do foster you want to learn something, we're going to teach you kind of environment. And she's risen to the occasion, and I saw her release her first PIC line and chest tap, and yeah, so I love working with her, and IndyVet is so lucky to have her.
Well, I think one of the stipulations would be that if we grant you licensure, both of you need to help Shelby.
Yes.
Anything else from the group? I would entertain some kind of a motion if there's one to be made on the floor.
I move to grant licensure to Ms. McGinnis.
I will second that.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. You squeaked by. Fair.
Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're on the fence till that speech.
I'm sweating.
Seriously,
Keep
good
doing
luck.
what you're doing.
I'm pretty upset, though. My son is a pediatric cardiologist at Riley's, and you elected to go somewhere else.
Oh, no, I'm a little pain nanny baby now.
I understand. It's all right.
Or anything further she needs in order to complete the registration?
No.
She's got.
Nope, I just needed your approval and I can issue your license.
Congratulations.
Take care.
Thank you very much.
All right. Moving forward, everyone's good to go. We're at administrative hearings. We have administrative complaint involving Darren Miller. Darren?
Oh, Gary, I think Brittany's out there.
No one wanted to wait in the room today.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Nobody wanted to sit in here today.
I walked there and told them they could watch proceedings, and they're like, I like to do fracking.
I guess we've just never really had a waiting.
Lori
At the state house, there was like a
He's here, but she's
everyone
not.
was always sad.
We don't.
I don't think he's gonna be here at all. Rory is sick, and so she's gonna be online representing him. And then Brittany's here, and it's a settlement agreement.
So he doesn't need to be here
No, because he has legal representation that's appearing electronically.
on his behalf.
Yes, got it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump ahead. I just
No,
was curious.
no, it's fine, it's fine.
I needed to know
Rory
that.
has fever and is really sick.
Got it.
So.
Good morning, Darren.
Good morning.
This is an administrative hearing in order to show cause. This administrative hearing is being held in person this 25th day of July, 2024 at 1202 East 38th Street, Suite 100, Discovery Hall, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 11:59 a.m. local time. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana found in Indiana Code 4-21.5 before 5 members of the Indiana Board of Veterinary Medicine in a cause docketed as administrative cause number 2023 VB0009. The notice and time, place of this hearing was mailed to the respondent as provided by law on June 19th, 2024. The purpose of this hearing is to consider the motion for order to show cause as filed by petitioner on June 19th, 2024. My name is Jerry Rodenbarger, and I am serving as the hearing officer for this board. The following members of the board are sitting with me on this hearing: John Schnarr, DVM, Stephen Sunbury, DVM, Natalie C. Goodwin, consumer member, and Kelly Peelman, DVM. At this time, I'll request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this individual a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove himself or herself from this hearing. Appearance of counsel, please.
Brittany McMahon of the state of Indiana.
Darren, do you have counsel? Okay, you understand you have the right to be represented?
Yes.
You'd like to proceed without an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still sworn in?
I believe so, Laura, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're stuck.
You're stuck. You okay?
Yep.
Will all those who know themselves to be a witness or may be a witness in this cause, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. The parties in this matter are hereby notified that the board will take official judicial notice of its file and record in this matter. I would entertain opening statements.
I'd just like to let the board know that before the hearing, Dr. Miller and I had the opportunity to talk, and we have agreed to stipulate to, both sides have stipulated to the exhibits that were emailed to the board director earlier this week and last week. And Dr. Miller is also willing to enter into an extended probationary period for the pendency of his criminal matter. And he is also willing to report to the veterinary well-being program for an assessment and would follow any kind of recovery monitoring program if agreed or if recommended by that program. And he continues to be in recovery outside of that program now, which you guys can discuss with him. But I think that instead of having a full-blown, evidentiary hearing that Dr. Miller is responsive to answering any questions that you have and extending his probation in a manner that.
Is this kind of morphing into a settlement agreement kind of then, or?
I mean, kind of, I don't have anything drafted up because we were just talking out in the hallway. We can admit the exhibits that were sent over, if you guys haven't already had an opportunity to review those. I know Dr. Miller has a lot of information from his recovery program that he wants to share with you guys. So however, like procedurally, however you want to do this, we can do it that way.
Okay, we'll get there. Thank you very much. Would you like to make an opening statement?
I just appreciate the chance to have a hearing in front of you to discuss what I've done since the incident. And I appreciate all of your guys' time.
Thank you. So at this point, are you wanting to present case material, or do we just want to talk to Darren?
Well, so at this time I can present, I would move to admit the state's exhibit A, which is the charging information, case chronology, charging information, and probable cause affidavit from the criminal matter, which is in Vigo County. It's certified records from the Vigo County Court. And do you have any objection to that?
Okay, and
then
that information we've seen though, right? Is that not in?
It's in SharePoint,
It's in
but
SharePoint.
you have to review it and say whether it's admissible or not before they're allowed to look at it.
Okay, so we need to pull it up is what your point is, because she's not handing out those
Yeah,
documents.
if you want to look at it here, right here.
Yeah, I've already, it was in there before, right? So I've already seen it, so
Yeah.
I've reviewed
Then
it.
you can say admitted.
Okay, it's admissible, I admit it.
And then I would request that it's published to the rest of the board to review. And as you'll see from there and from the brief, that Dr. Miller has been charged with 7 counts of operating a vehicle intoxicated. That matter is pending. I think the only thing that's different from my motion is that I think he was supposed to go to trial in August. I think that's been continued, and you can ask him about that. His blood alcohol level at the time was like 450, and so the purpose of filing the motion was just to make sure that the board is able to monitor him while he proceeds through his recovery in the criminal matter.
Okay.
And that's the only documentation that I have to present, and I'm not gonna call Dr. Miller, so I will rest, but I will reserve the right to cross-examine him if you guys
As
decide
we're talking.
to talk to him.
Okay. Dr. Miller, the floor is yours.
I guess since the incident, you want to go into the incident?
Well, we're reasonably, I think, familiar with everything from having prepped for your being here today.
Okay.
But I mean, if you want to like briefly overview things and kind of let us know where you are.
Okay,
So
great.
if you want to admit anything.
Yeah, do I need to say I admit the documents that
You can request that they be admitted,
yes.
and then he will.
Those are admissible, and if you'd like, they are admitted.
Yeah, okay, great. The incident occurred on January 18th, was Thursday, which was my day off from work. I had relapsed on alcohol due to several reasons. Not wanting to make excuses for it because there's no excuse to do that, but I was in a bad mental state, really bad mental state. I drank that night, drank in the morning, and then a significant amount. I was planning to just spend the day in my house with my dogs, having a pity party essentially. Don't really remember a lot of the incident. once I realized when I was in the hospital and I realized what had happened, I was mortified. I had, like I said, no plans on getting in my car that day. I wasn't planning on going anywhere. I was just going to watch bad movies with my dog at the house. And you know, I was released on my own recognizance the next day from jail. Then immediately checked myself into, well, the day after, checked myself into Ann Branch, which is a 28-day inpatient program, because I needed help, just both mentally and with the alcohol. I needed to keep my head right. Through the 28-day program, they recommended that I do IOP, which is the intensive outpatient program. You get tested weekly. It's 3 hours, 3 times a week. I also did Celebrate Recovery. So my kind of schedule that I ended up with was I had a Celebrate Recovery meeting Monday night, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday were IOP meetings, still are IOP meetings. CR, Celebrate Recovery, Friday, which is a 12-step Christian-based program. Friday, Saturday, and then church on Sunday. After 6 weeks, they actually graduated me from the IOP program because I was doing well, but I chose to continue because that was an option, and I felt like I needed it. I'm still in the program. We've got a meeting tonight, as a matter of fact. Still get tested. I have also started seeing an individual therapist here in the past month at the recommendation of my counselor. So it's kind of, with all this going on, felt like I needed a little extra help and probably long-term help. Help not just with the alcohol, but I have anxiety, depression. That was part of what happened. Part of what was really the inpatient was a kind of a life-changing experience for me. I'd never done anything like that before. They got me on medication for my anxiety and my depression. I'd always been kind of reluctant to be on that kind of medication, and that was a mistake. I see now. Yeah. As far as work-wise, I've been mostly working for my family business. The research, contract research, mostly operating as a primary investigator. We don't do really that much veterinary work. Blood draws, we do PK analysis as a primary sort study revenue for new medications. And so mostly blood draws, I would administer medication, that kind of thing, clean dog kennels. I'm doing a lot of cleaning dog kennels. I just recently started working with Dr. Ben Poline and Dr. Monica Poline, have a practice in Sullivan. And I've recently been starting kind of getting in there part-time just to do some clinic work. Dr. Ben is also is a veterinarian of record with our research company, so he kind of helps oversee that. So I've been doing some light work under them, nothing too heavy. I've been sober since the incident, 6 months, a little over 6 months now.
Congratulations.
It's been, as far as the criminal matter goes, it did get continued. My pretrial hearing is set for December 2nd, I believe. And then kind of see how it goes from there. Yeah, I'm open for questions.
Do you want to cross first?
I just have one question, and I apologize if you said it and I didn't hear it. Do you have a sponsor for your program?
Yes. I sponsor, we go to the Celebrate Recovery meetings. He's usually my ride because I'm still not driving. Yeah, we talk at least a couple times a week.
What? I'm certainly glad to hear that you have additional help. I think when we chatted before,
Yes.
that Celebrate Recovery through the church was your main support group, and
Yes.
apparently that wasn't adequate for you.
Yeah.
Both with no medication and maybe just what was offered there. So
Yeah.
it's great to hear that you've expanded your team a little bit. That's a good thing. Somehow, even with previous issues, apparently you had access to and had alcohol in the house. I mean, at this point, are you anticipating that you will not drink again?
Yes. I mean, I can't, in recovery, we say it's one day at a time, so I can't say I'm never going to drink again in my life. I think I got complacent is what happened. I started being more social and started having a drink here and there socially, thought I could handle it, and did when things were good. When things started not going so good, I reverted. I had kind of stopped going to my Celebrate Recovery, his social obligations, and and when things started not going good, I thought, well, heck with it, I'm gonna drink at my house, not gonna affect anybody. I was wrong, and that's one thing, going through the inpatient and really the inpatient process, working with my therapist, it's just something I can't do at all.
I like that you said that because there are lots of people that have addictive tendencies or impulsive tendencies. And so some of it might be, genetics or just how you tick. And you can't count on being able to control that in the bad times. It's really easy to stay on track in the good times. So, I've known a lot of people that through things maybe not quite as severe as what you're going through, it's just not for you as a human being. You can be as social as you want, but you will have to be your own advocate and say, my body just cannot do this. And then I think the second point is I like that you're seeing a therapist too, because especially as the years go by, if you do get complacent, there's more than just alcohol that's at stake here for you, especially if you have tendencies of finding a crutch, and then, addictions are addictions because it's not easy to stop. And so having that support to keep you from a different path is really important, that even if you're cutting down on all these other things, I would really encourage you to hang in there with that.
Yeah, that was the recommendation of my IOP counselor, because there were individual sessions when I was doing the actual IOP program. Well, it's the same program, but before they graduated me, but then she recommended that I work with somebody on a more regular, and that's what I've done.
Darren, when you stood up to be sworn in, do you have assistants behind you, or someone stood up too, I thought, or?
She's my investigator, in case.
Okay, I didn't know what that scenario was. She jumped up also, so I was like, who is that? So, sorry.
That's Cassie.
Hi, Cassie.
Hi.
Oh, Cassie.
Yes.
It's nice to face an email.
Everybody, this is Cassie. And she and Darren just met. Anyway, what else do you have for us?
I intend to stick with, because being an IOP graduate, it's free for me to attend those sessions, and so I'm going to continue with. Like I said, it was 6 weeks after 6 weeks after February. I can't remember my graduation date, but February when I was released from inpatient, and I've attended every meeting since. Just because, and gone in for the testing, something that my family's requiring. They're being very supportive as long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And so that's part of their requirement, is that I get tested, just to keep everything honest. so there's no temptation to slip.
Has your therapist given you any indication of how long your situation, you need to be under their care?
No, she hasn't really, for right now, we've just had a few sessions. So she's thinking, for the foreseeable future. And it's covered under my health care. So as long as she's willing to see me, I will be continuing that. I think I need to have.
Yeah, it's my impression that, well, you've been 6 months since incident or something like that.
Yeah.
We're looking at a couple of years maybe, I mean, really,
Yeah, no, I'm committed to that.
Okay.
How's your personal life going?
It's been a struggle. I was going through some financial hardship. I had some health issues that put me in the hospital that, my insurance wasn't quite right for it. And so I got under some financial strain. A significant other making her decision there. I do really, like I said, my parents have been really supportive. My house is only 10 miles from them, and I work with them pretty much every day, except when I'm in the clinic. Having that support is unreal. Without that, I don't know where I'd be. So that's one of the reasons I really like the IOP program is I've kind of developed a network of kind of friends through it. You think of addiction, in my past, I would have thought of addiction as being, it wouldn't be people like me if I didn't have that problem. But we've got 2 lawyers, two or three nurses on there. So it's easy to relate to them. So that's kind of my social outlet plus the Celebrate Recovery. But other than that, I have not really done any kind of socialization. It's mostly just been work and recovery. My friends have all been very supportive, personal friends.
And is Celebrate Recovery part of your church where you go or not?
It is, yeah. So the Friday night meeting is at Mount Pleasant, Terre Haute Methodist. Yep.
I'm from Terre Haute.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I was trying to think,
Yep.
what church is Celebrate Recovery? And you said no.
Mount, and that's where we
know
go
exactly where that's at.
Yeah, that's where we go to church every morning. My pastor is one of the leaders of the group. So, so between all that, I've been just kind of leaning heavily on other people, especially with the stress of everything else. I mean, it would be easy to go the other directions. I know that. So, holding firm.
Great. Other questions, comments for Darren? Help us out here. Back to you now.
So procedurally, I don't know, the hearing notice was for the motion for the order to show cause. So do they have to vote on granting that first and then voting to do?
I would say modification. I think they have to rule on your motion, right? And then
Yeah, find him in violation of his probation order and then issue new sanctions.
yeah, and it can be if the board agrees what they agreed to, right?
And as far as modification goes, I've never worked with a vet who has gone through the well-being program. So, and I know that he has already done a lot through his other recovery process. So my suggestion initially is just the assessment by the veterinary well-being program. And if they recommend an RMA or anything else, then maybe personal appearance at the next meeting or something like that to see what that process has been like and what the recommendation is. I'm not sure how much they share with you without, consent and all that stuff.
Without our requiring it.
Yeah, so that's why my recommendation was to extend, at least for the pendency of this criminal matter, to see what happens with that, and then start the veterinary well-being process by assessment, and then maybe
come back at the next meeting in October or something, or January, whatever you guys feel is appropriate.
I feel like that's where my mind was going is, previously what you had been doing and we didn't go with the veterinary well-being program as far as saying, hey, you need to do this. And we're hopeful that everything was taken care of. And with the more recent things, I feel more strongly that we need to go that direction for at least the assessment.
Was all of that okay for your closing statement, or do you have something further you'd like to tell us?
That's fine. No, nothing further. Thank you.
Doctor, do you have a closing statement, or is everything you've told us okay?
Just appreciate you having me come forward and let me explain kind of work I've done, what I'm trying to do. Thank you.
Okay. These proceedings, according to notice, are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice. Thank you. All right. What she said.
Yes.
Basically,
He hasn't been
I don't know
to-
how to formulate all
He hasn't
that.
Well, the
been
first thing we have to do is
Vote
rule on the
on,
order.
right,
Yeah.
'cause
So
he
I'll
was so
make a
violated.
motion to find him in violation of the order.
August 8th, 2023 probation order.
Yes.
Yeah, that one.
I'll second.
That motion. Okay. Have a motion and a second. Let's vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. Who wants to start with thoughts on where to go from here?
He has not been to continue the well-being yet. And he's still under criminal until November, something like that, correct? Am I getting all that timeline right? That's what,
I think the criminal proceedings are pending. I don't
Till-
think we
till
haven't,
November, yeah.
I don't think we know yet what that outcome
well,
is. So what was the current probation term?
It's going to, his ends on August 8th, 2024. My recommendation was going to be to extend that maybe a couple of years and enter the well-being program.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because he'll need,
That's where
he'll
I'm
need a
going.
year at least under his belt of the well-being program
I guess
before we
the-
consider coming off.
The
So,
start, wouldn't the start be to be
Are we modifying the order
checked
or are
over
we
by the
making a new
well-being
one?
program or decide?
Okay.
And we would
And then
want,
let them decide whether or not he needs to be added to their program, or if since he's already added additional things, if that isn't that the, so it's just being evaluated.
so he may or may
Yes.
not be enrolled in the well-being program.
Be
They
evaluated
may
first.
deem that what all he's doing is adequate.
Sufficient, yeah.
But I would think for consistency's sake and where we are now, having that evaluation is very important. And then that can help us make a decision as to, whether they deem everything he's doing now fulfills his current needs, or does he need to be part of?
I think he needs to be on indefinite probation for at least a period of
I don't think we
3
should
years
say
or
it,
something.
I don't think we should say a year. I think we should just be indefinitely based on his
Don't we have to
action.
put
We
some
usually
kind
give
of
a date though,
timeline?
indefinite
Usually there
probation,
is some kind
and
of
cannot
timeline.
request to withdraw until, like,
Okay.
we usually at least provide after 2 years, you could theoretically, which we don't have to
Don't
grant.
have to.
I think what we
But
should-
that's typically how we would write them, it's like
Because
2 to.
criminally, he's gotta go through all that first, and then if there's time, he's gotta do the time too, and then.
So I think we're looking at least 3 years.
Okay.
And if things go really well for him, he could apply to come off after 2 or something. Is
Okay,
that
so
not-
for
Doesn't
the,
that happen like that sometimes?
Yeah, but I think we are in a little bit, we're
Ahead of
a
ourselves.
little ahead of ourselves, because
Yeah.
typically we would have a little bit more of that information when we make
Are
that.
we,
I think this was because we're trying, that one ends in August, so we're trying to at least extend until we have more information, right?
Yeah.
we're recommending getting into the well-being and get evaluated as soon as he can, correct? And then we will discuss in October or whatever we meet again.
Can we amend
No, I
it
think
more than
we're-
once?
I think, I would recommend if we can, that we
Okay.
go ahead and amend his situation right now.
Yes.
We don't need any more information to know that we need to extend his probation.
Yeah, I think it,
That much I agree with.
Evaluation by the well-being program.
And I think 3 years minimum, from what I understand from other,
I'm just trying to think, yeah, because,
you don't just 6 months, that's what I was going, like 6 months is not enough.
no, I just more so in 6 months.
But I would say.
Once we get an update from that
Yeah.
and we have a little bit more information, because then it might say like, does a personal appearance make sense this often or this often at all or whatever? But
I just looked up, his jury trial is scheduled for December 17th of this year. That could get continued again, so you will not have anything before the it would be
Sure.
a January meeting before you would know what the results of that are.
When it may get continued beyond that, because you said it was December.
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Yeah.
They
so
always
that
get
would-
continued.
But
It was August before that and got pushed back 4 months
yeah, I
right
guess
there.
I'm
so-
leaning more towards typically, how long was this last one?
1 year probation, so he's supposed to be able to petition to come off on August 8th, 2024.
So we need to change that now.
Yes.
So
I'm okay throwing out it. Yeah, whatever. And
So
then,
can I move to amend? Or do we just do a whole new one?
I think it's an amended.
Yeah, we're just amending.
We're
This is a
suspending the
rule
probation.
to show cause, basically she's saying he violated his probation, so now we're adding on extra sanctions.
Okay. So before I make the motion, let me give you the list and see if this is complete. So, extending his probation to August 8th, or indefinitely, or until August 8th of 2027. And requiring an assessment by veterinary well-being program.
we typically say to be completed by however long we want to give them there.
To be completed,
I think most orders said 60 days.
okay, within 60 days. And his presence is required every 6 months, which would be the January and the July meetings, to update us on progress.
That's what the current probation order says, every 6 months.
So I don't need to amend that.
So we don't need that yet.
Okay.
I think with his extended probation, keeping that other part the way it is, it's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
Is that the motion?
so I'll make it right. So I move to extend probation to August 8th, 2027, and add an additional requirement that Dr. Miller be assessed by the veterinary well-being program within the next 60 days.
Can I ask one question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to make the probation indefinite with the option to withdraw no sooner than August 8th?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll fix that. Did you have a question, Brittany?
Yeah, so the veterinary will be an assessment to be completed within 60 days. And then also to enter into an agreement if recommended and adhere to that, okay.
Oh my gosh.
You inferred that.
I know lawyers like this.
Yeah. Reword it if I need to.
Sure do.
Can we say something like, and continue all of the other supportive things he's doing, or is that just
I
assumed,
think
or?
that's still in there. Just
Well,
send
the
it
previous order never said anything about some of these things he's doing. Those are new that he's done on his own.
I think the way we've typically handled that though is,
They're on
well, when
their
they'll
own
get,
for that
he'll get
part.
the evaluation and they'll either recommend continuing that or adding new, and then we
Yeah, 'cause
could
I
amend.
just didn't want to drop the ball on
No,
these
but I'm
things.
thinking, and then we could potentially amend if, after post those recommendations, if there's something else to do, right? Is that
I believe that's
the order of
correct.
steps? Because I think we've typically deferred to the professional on specifically what.
And do you want him to appear in October or is sending the assessment to the board sufficient? With October?
I say we're.
I think
in another case that we had where we sent someone to do an assessment, you had them appear after the assessment was done.
Well,
So
because we may need to modify again,
because you may
depending
need
on
to
those
modify
findings.
again, depending on what the well-being program,
Thanks.
yeah, what they think, and they also take into consideration what he's doing now. So, yeah, he's probably gonna need to appear in October. Is that 60 days from now?
No.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it's more than 60 days.
Yeah, it should be 90
Yeah,
days. So you
but
should be
I
able
guess
to
my
have
question
that
was-
We'll have
done
time to review it before the next board
to the
meeting.
next
Do we have
meeting.
an
Yes,
answer there, or
okay.
do we just wanna?
So we'll add that in as well, that you appear in October. October 24th, I think.
We've set that date.
Okay.
So do we have a active, complete motion on the floor? Do you want to read it back for us, please? One of the two of you.
Throw me out.
I can do it. Dr. Peelman is such a good motion reader.
She really is.
She really is. I mean, she's excellent.
She can take.
I'll do worse next time. Okay, I move that we extend his probation indefinitely or until August 8th of 2027. And we add a requirement that Dr. Miller is assessed by the Veterinary Wellbeing Program within the next 60 days. He continues the work that he's doing, the programs he's involved in, and presents
Comes back to see
in
us.
October with the findings of the Veterinary Wellbeing Program
Assessment.
assessment.
And enter into an agreement with the well-being program if warranted from their findings.
Can I make a friendly,
Sure.
the first part about this, I'm just worried about the wording, the suspension or the probationary license. I guess in my mind, it was indefinite, not able to
With no opportunity to
request
withdraw.
it. I thought it sounded more like it was gonna end.
Right, right.
I didn't want to end, yeah, not able to withdraw or request withdrawal until that 3-year.
At least, okay.
At least, yes, yes.
Yes,
Make sure that's,
yeah, I've got that in there.
okay. Then I will second that motion if that is agreeable.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We good?
I do have a question. Will the information about the well-being program be in that modification order so that Dr. Miller can contact?
Yes,
that group?
yes, right, yes.
Yeah, I can enter it. I looked up some old orders, so I'm sure I can find that information.
I have it if you just want to leave it blank and send it to me and I'll plug it
You
in.
want me to draft the order then?
Yeah, I can draft it. I don't care.
Okay, that's
Whatever.
fine.
I just
I'll
don't
let
have
you know.
that information, so I'll email Laura. But I can draft it. It's fine.
I make him draft all my orders.
And then you already have the order for the first motion.
Yes, yes.
Darren, I can't speak for the rest of the board, but over the number of times that we've been together and dealt with issues, I hope you can sense how supportive and how much I'm on your side, and really want to see you get past all these bumps in the road, man.
No, I really appreciate everything the board's done. Like I said, this was a mistake, and I'm doing the best I can, and I appreciate you guys hearing from me.
And we struggle having to see you back, and it's like, oh no, not, and so you've had enough. Let's hope this is it.
I appreciate that.
And on that same motion or that same mindset, this may seem like punishment that we are putting on you, but you should look at it as support because just like you mentioned, your parents and how they're supportive and they've made some adjustments in how they're supporting you and what they're, hey, listen, here's what we're gonna have to do. That's where we're coming from. We want you to succeed. And so think of this as more support so that keep you where you need to be.
I do. I appreciate that. I'm gonna be willing to fly with whatever you guys recommended. I know you've seen other cases like this before, so I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're all set.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
All right, we are back. We are ready for an administrative hearing for Alexander Cartwright. Rory, are you with us?
I am.
How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm
Rummy?
getting better. Thanks for accommodating me.
Oh.
We just missed seeing you, that's all. Well, there you are.
I'm here. Thanks
You're
for
looking
letting me
good.
choose. Oh, well, you're too kind.
You're not sounding so well, but you're looking good.
Yeah,
All right.
we have this in my whole family now, it seems like. Whatever it is.
Sharing is caring. That's what I always heard.
Right.
I was thinking of that Fernando Lamas character that Billy Crystal played.
Yeah.
There was like, it's better to look good than to feel good.
There we go. All right, let's proceed, shall we? This is an administrative hearing being held in person and virtually. This 25th day of July, 2024 at 1202 East 38th Street, Suite 100, Discovery Hall, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46205 at 12:46 p.m. local time. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana, found in Indiana Code 4-21.5 before 5 members of the Indiana Board of Veterinary Medicine in a cause docketed as administrative cause number 2023 VB0008. The notice of time and place of this hearing was emailed to the Respondents' Council of Record as provided by law on July 19th, 2024, as well as to the Office of the Attorney General. The purpose of this hearing is to consider the proposed settlement agreement filed by the Office of the Attorney General on July 17th, 2024. My name is Jerry Rodenbarger, and I am serving as hearing officer for this board. The following members of the board are sitting with me on this hearing. John Schnarr, DVM, Stephen Sunbury, DVM, Natalie C. Goodwin, consumer member, and Kelly Peelman, DVM. At this time, I'll request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this individual a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove himself or herself from this hearing. May we have appearance of counsel?
Brittany McMahon for the state.
And this is Rory Goldman for Dr. Cartwright.
Thank you very much. Will all those, do we have any witnesses?
No.
No witnesses. Okay. The parties in this matter are hereby notified that the board will take official judicial notice of its file and record in this matter. Does either party wish to make an opening statement?
Let's state a waive opening.
Okay. Rory?
I don't have an opening, but I, with your indulgence, will present the settlement agreement and its terms.
I'm indulging.
Okay. This case arises from care that occurred on March 13th, 2001 for a 10-year-old Yorkshire Terrier. Dr. Cartwright saw the dog on that date. There were complaints of lethargy, loss of appetite, diarrhea, and vomiting. Dr. Cartwright noted a large bloated stomach and a sensitive abdomen. He obtained lab results that included, for purposes of this case, blood glucose of 523 milligrams per DL, as well as some other values. Dr. Cartwright noted that Hudson had an increased white blood cell count and high neutrophils and monocytes indicating an infection. He noted in his records that urinalysis would be required to establish a diagnosis for diabetes. and that a SNAP test would be required to confirm pancreatitis. Dr. Cartwright did the pancreatitis SNAP test and it was positive. He did not do the urinalysis on that date. He began and put in place a treatment plan for the pancreatitis, which he felt was the more urgent issue to address. He ordered numerous medications, excuse me, and changed the dog's diet. 2 days later, on March 15th, Hudson returned to the vet clinic and saw a different veterinarian by the name of Dr. Schaefer. She was concerned that Hudson had probable DKA, pancreatitis, and long-term diabetes, and he recommended referral to Knives Emergency Clinic. At Knives, a physical exam was performed and Hudson's blood glucose level was noted to be high. And the records from Knives reflect that there was mention of DKA and that Hudson's condition was critical. The owner determined that humane euthanasia would be performed. The parties in this case underwent a settlement conference with Dr. Clemente, and Dr. Cartwright has had no prior discipline with the board. Dr. Cartwright voluntarily undertook 6 hours of continuing education courses that are laid out on page 3 of the settlement agreement. And earlier today, I sent an email to Laura and Brittany because I wasn't clear if the board had those certificates confirming that the courses were taken, but they're there in case you haven't seen them. And one of them in particular was the course, there's a footnote for it, course number 1 that Dr. Clemente recommended would be pertinent. Just be kind of as we're evaluating this, Dr. Cartwright believes that DKA was never officially diagnosed. And so at this point, it's in the differential and it is a hard condition to diagnose. He feels that the pancreatitis for which he had a positive SNAP test was the one that he chose to treat on March 13th, 2013. He has agreed to the conclusion that he violated state law. And the parties after the settlement agreement agreed to issuing a letter of reprimand in this case following the discussion of the case and Dr. Cartwright's undertaking of the coursework. And with that, I believe we will submit the settlement agreement for consideration by the board. Thank you.
So her first date was March 13, 2001.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
it's 2021.
Sorry.
There was a 2013 as well that she had mentioned. So it's all 2021?
Yes,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry about that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Probably couldn't diagnose DKA in 2001. Okay, response or comment or?
I would just say that the agreement is fair and appropriate given the facts and the mitigating factors in this case, and it is consistent with other board precedent.
And
what
can I
request-
consider that your closing statement?
Yes, we would request that you accept the agreement, and thank you.
Thank you. Rory, anything else? Closing statement? I hate to make you have to talk even. So.
No, thank you, Dr. Ruggenbarger.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. These proceedings, according to notice, are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice. Thank you. Okay. I don't know. Yes, I'm okay with all this, but a diagnosis of diabetes is pretty straightforward with that number, I think. And the only reason for a urine would be to see ketones and say that it was diabetic ketoacidosis. We didn't get the urine, but all the same, we were way above the threshold, the renal threshold. So we'd have had sugar in the urine no matter what. And so urine wasn't important for diagnosing diabetes. That's exactly fair enough. Okay. But certainly it gives you a committed diagnosis of ketoacidosis if you've got the urine and there were ketones in there. I mean, not a big deal, that just something that my internal medicine made me go, what? You know, when I was reading it.
It was listed a couple times about not.
I wish he would have said, he said bland diet, but he didn't say that the owner refused hospitalization and, get this thing.
Well, no commentary that they even discussed hospitalization.
Yeah,
So, and just offer for that.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
So anyway, enough on the medicine. You're with us on all the medicine, I'm sure, from that standpoint. Shoot, I'll bet Natalie's even with us on the medicine. So, what's everybody want to do?
Was there a settlement agreement with Dr.
Yes.
Clemente?
Yeah, he's already pre-done
Just-
CE
Just the CE was all that,
and a letter of reprimand.
okay, that's right.
And as much as I didn't like the way it was handled medically, I think that's probably appropriate. So I would exercise somebody's motion or accept somebody's motion if they would exercise it as an exorcist.
I'm not an exorcist, but I would move that we accept the agreement as stated.
Thank you, Steve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Let's vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay.
Thank you.
We accept.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rory.
Thank you.
Feel better.
Thank you.
Are there been any studies on the transmission of the virus across electronic lines?
I think you're
I hope
safe.
not. Okay, good to know.
Take care.
Good to know. All right, bye now.
Bye.
Okay. I'm going to find this, and let's say we jump down to the Attorney General's report. Would that then allow you to leave if you wanted to? Not trying to get rid of you, but if that would be helpful for you.
It would, thank you.
Okay. Report away.
First, I wanted to ask Dr. Marsh.
Yes.
Previously, you had asked me about under complaints by allegation, that first bar graph would have like a number, but nothing next to it. Did I address that at the last meeting?
You did.
I
think
did?
you're good on that.
Okay.
Yep, you did.
I've also been sick and have children.
Well, I noticed, for example, the consumer's complaint report right at the start, you put the metric by months, and that was not there before, and that's really what I was after, so we're good. I didn't want anybody to think those were years,
Right,
for
right.
example. So you've got it.
Right.
Thank you.
So, last quarter in April 2024, consumer complaints, average age of open files by month was 5.9, and currently it is 6.1. We have opened 68 cases this year and closed 63. At the beginning of the year, we had 40 cases open. Currently have 23 open for the quarter and 20 were closed. Consumer complaints by county of respondent, we still have Lake County and Marion County tied with the most. Dr. Clemente is not here for me to harass this month, but I just wanted to get that out there that.
Oh, I'm here to send this to him.
He's still.
Fair enough.
Look, they've closed all your cases.
We have closed a lot of those.
Your ads.
So consumer complaints, county by county of complainant, Marion County takes the lead, which is also Dr. Clemente's fault, because the board actually filed all 12 of those. Consumer complaints by type of license, veterinarians are the most with 7 and 3 vet techs. professional malpractice is the most common complaint, and unlicensed practice at 15 is the second most complaint of. And then we have case disposition in 2024. Closes are 18, close with a warning letter is 1 and charge 1. And then final resolution in 2024, 31 cases closed without litigation, 2 a general closed, 4 with files open, litigation files open, and 3 with warning letters. And then as litigation goes, the age of those files, in April, the age was 8.5 months, and the average age of open files currently is 7.6 months. We've opened 8 litigation files this year. We've closed 10 of them, 10 files this year, and at the beginning of the year, we had 5 open. So the quarterly open and closed, we've had 3 cases, lit cases opened, and 4 lit cases closed. Litigation files by county of respondent. The number 1 county there is Hamilton County. Currently, we have 5 administrative complaints open, 2 cease and desist, no summary suspensions, and 1 post-discipline. And all of the cases that we have open right now are against veterinarians, none against vet techs. And professional malpractice is the most litigated, with professional incompetence at number 2. Professional incompetence and malpractice can both, I think that they're the same, unless like under the statute, you do have unfit to practice because somebody continued to practice while dealing with a severe alcohol or substance abuse problem. So I don't really know how these are picked other than in screening, but I think that they're probably the same for the most part. And then unlicensed practice, we have a couple of those too. Questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything.
Thank you. I will not be here for the October meeting.
Oh my gosh.
Because all of the medical cases that I have, of course, were all scheduled for final hearing at the October medical board meeting instead of, any other meeting that doesn't fall on that. And I have to attend the medical board meeting that month, so.
No, you don't.
Do what?
No, you don't.
I do.
Tell them that the vet
So is it
board
like the same day?
is more important.
It's exactly at the same time. There's currently a medical board meeting right now too. I just
Blew them off to come see us.
No, I just don't have a case today. But I have some pretty big cases that.
Ooh, maybe we'll stream the medical board meeting while we're.
Just to watch it.
There's our Brittany.
I have an AC with 116 counts.
Oh. We're doing better than the medics.
Good luck then.
So I will be doing only that for the next 90 days, so.
We'll be thinking of you.
See you in January.
I will also warn all of you that Thursday, October 24th, you'll be smack dab in the middle of the National FFA Convention.
The what?
The
Again.
National FFA Convention. So you'll want to leave really early to come here because there'll be school buses.
I don't know.
there.
I didn't look at my calendar.
Do they come here?
We have a vacation
Yeah.
that month.
I mean, no, there
No,
Will be a few
it's
buildings
downtown,
away.
isn't it?
Oh, I
So
thought they were
will-
downtown.
Oh, that's
Oh.
right. Some of them
Because
are.
you didn't come
but
last
some
That's
of
where
them-
Kelly was,
Yeah,
she was
because I was.
Oh,
in
next
that
door
building
right here.
now.
Couldn't come to this
So I'll be
meeting
a
last
couple
year.
of buildings
It was gonna be
away.
her first.
Okay, so you won't be here.
Then is that tentative? I mean,
Because
can
think
we?
It's a
my
proposed
contest is
Right,
Wednesday.
I mean, I need to
Okay.
check my calendar. I know that we
Well,
have
if
a
you can-
family October vacation. I just don't know which week.
We just
Yeah.
offer those as proposed dates to the board.
Oh, okay.
Those
So
are
it
not
might not
set,
have
that's
be
up to
that.
the board to decide.
That's changed.
But I look at a national calendar for meetings, I look at state meetings and try to, and I missed one apparently.
It's a big
National
one.
FFA meeting.
It's a big one, really
So it's
is.
subject to change, we put it
It's
in there, but
Wednesday.
it's just a proposal.
Okay.
I can check my calendar and get back with you.
You know what?
We did, but it's the whole week.
Oh, no, I
Natalie was saying, didn't we used to do Wednesdays? And this whole week, I've been messed up thinking the board meeting's Wednesday, the board's meeting's Wednesday. And then finally, I apparently did get on track because it's Thursday now, but I was just like, I think it was Tuesday, and I was like, oh my gosh, the meeting's tomorrow. And I'm like, no, it's Thursday. I don't know why I kept thinking it was
Whatever day of the
Wednesday.
week, I mean, it doesn't matter to us. I mean, we can make it, sometimes it accommodates someone's day off.
I dictated Thursday.
You
Oh,
dictate Thursday, that's chairman's prerogative. That's chairman's prerogative, we've done that.
If you want a different date, you can be chair.
Okay, so Natalie, you're leaving now, right?
What?
You're leaving now?
You made
My
it.
ride gets here.
I'll just clock you out now. Okay, so,
I think
Got
you're
through the
taking
other
over
part, so that
for
was
the most part now.
no, I'm not. I was actually gonna ask you, did you want to do my report and Dr. Marsh's report, or do you want to head into the heavy discussion on the audits?
Well, my point was, either way, those are things that you guys are gonna pretty much be doing, the guiding, the talking, I would think, through the audits on the RVTs and the failures to respond. And you're gonna be presenting stuff to us there, right?
Yes.
Yes, which is why I said basically, I'm turning it over to you.
Okay,
So,
Dr. Marsh, do you have a preference?
I prefer to do the CE work,
Okay,
yeah.
Wow.
Take that heavy lift.
because I may walk out in the middle of your.
I may walk out in the middle of mine.
It's really trailing off.
All right, so what we're gonna talk about first is the CE audit for RVTs. And that can be found under discussion and reports on SharePoint. Dr. Sunbury, please don't jump ahead.
I haven't opened the tabs, I'm looking for my correct tab, sorry.
He has a
He's jumping ahead.
I was trying to find the correct tab.
I know, I saw the colors come up and I'm like, wait a minute. No, there's nothing that, it's not like we're omitting anything, it's just, I need you all to see things. So, if you go to RVT CE results list, you will see a list of RVTs. The orange list, with the result in yellow is the ones that failed. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But the ones that are numbers 15 through 31 are the ones that did not respond to the audit. Now, again, this is the same process we went through for DVMs. So let's talk about 15 through 31 first. These are the ones that got 2 notices to their emails. And actually, some of them did send in their audit results at the second email notice. But still, the ones left here, 15 through 31, are you?
Including I'm a test.
I'm gonna
That's
go
really
with it
December
because
32.
for some reason it's.
Yeah, well, that's how they run the,
There's no him or her.
She's non-responsive.
Yeah.
I'm a tech.
I'm a test.
yeah, I'm a test never responds really. I don't know what her problem
Yeah, I
is.
looked at it.
But anyways, 15 through 31 did not respond to the audit. Now, we handled this with DVMs by issuing the notice of noncompliance, and we set a number of hours they needed to complete, which was 40, because that was for vets. 16 is for RVTs, and we set a fee amount, which was $800. I think we got to that amount because we figured every hour or every 5 hours.
$100 for every 5.
Okay, so what do we want to do for 15 through 31?
How many hours
So
do
we
we need?
quartered it.
15?
They need 16.
Oh, yeah. Could quarter it, but they're RVTs, they don't make as much money. How much do you wanna do,
$99.
But what would be the total? And then
well,
we'll quarter
$50
it from
per
there.
quarter would be $200, fine. If they didn't do it all, $100 would be $400. So how much money do you wanna charge these people? on their salaries that
So if they did nothing, the veterinarians were charged 800. If a RVT did nothing, it's either
400?
200 or 400.
200 or 400 would make it
200,
700.
400.
They'll feel $200.
I think I would agree with that.
So $50
Per
per four.
Okay, so 50 per
You're
4
right.
hours.
Yeah, I think it's good.
So if they did nothing, we're at 16 hours and $200.
Correct.
Okay. Now, for the ones that failed, we need to go through those one by one, and I will show you where they are located. This would be Rita Adams to Lindsay Wan, numbers 2 through 13.
This failed me.
They didn't get their 16 hours.
Oh, they
They sent it to
responded
you,
but
but it
didn't get
wasn't
the hours?
Right. Or they sent me 16 hours, but it was in like 2024, and they should have sent it last year. So what I did was, if you go back to discussion and reports, RVT audit results, and the folder that says failed RVT documents, each one of those is listed. So if you go to Ashanti Lee, the first one, there are all her documents scanned in there, and I wrote at the top to you, she was 8 short. And
8 hours?
8 hours
Which is
short.
half.
And she even says it in her letter there. I did not complete the full 16 hours. Now she had a sick father, she went on and on about, so we have 8 hours and then she was 8 short. So I put fail. Now she doesn't see this yet because they never see my comments, but I wanted the board to see that, and I didn't know if you all had a chance to look through these yet, because I tried to put on the front of every single one of them the problem and why that person failed. So you wouldn't have to look through all the documents unless you wished to.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're going with the did I say $50 for every 4 hours? Yes.
That's correct. She'd owe $100 and do the CE.
And do the 8 hours. So do you want me to just go with my notes, or do you want to go through these one by one?
I vote go with your notes.
Okay,
Unless
so
there's an individual one that you have
I mean, somebody
can't
crazy
remember
like
one.
the person was in a coma for 8 months or something.
No.
I mean,
we did have some of those exceptions when we did the DVM audits, but we didn't have any with these that I thought
Okay,
were
so they're
outstanding.
obvious.
Okay, so with that wraps up the RVTs.
Did we, just a point of clarification, did we make some adjustments for veterinarians for medical hardship? Gary brought it to my attention. Seemed like we had.
We did if the veterinarian themselves had the medical hardship.
Okay, so like that first one. Gary, go ahead.
Scott, that had the prostate surgery, you mean, or what?
No, I'm
No,
talking
this
about-
one says she had an undue hardship. She had varying situations, providing for her sick father, getting into a serious car accident, having multiple family members in the hospital at once, facing extensive financial strain amongst a multitude of other harrowing situations.
This is a 2-year requirement. You know, if they put everything off the last 6 months, that's what you're gonna deal with. And I don't like that. Maybe I'm being too hard. I doubt it though.
I can't remember the specific circumstances of the veterinarians we had.
The ones we had COVID-19. That was
Long
one of
COVID.
them.
There was
And
one
then he had
James
long
that had
COVID.
COVID.
And I believe another
And I think he
one,
went on inactive.
And couldn't
He did.
practice?
And could not practice.
and he
Well,
wasn't
that would
practicing
be-
at all.
I would be okay with that.
Yeah, I think that was, Jim Beck was one of them.
Mhm.
Yeah. I can't remember
I mean,
another.
if these folks can get themselves
Do you want me to go
work,
back and look really quick in
we'll
the,
see, because
We're
you can
good.
even
I
get
just
it
want to
online
make sure
now.
we
I mean,
brought that
there's so many ways to get it.
there is a medical hardship statute, but I think we took, we were, the ones I brought forward to you were not this, I don't want to say vague. I'm not saying these things didn't happen to her, but I tend to agree with Dr. Schneider in that You know, if we're gonna hold a hard line on these things, you know, I mean, my dad's been airlifted off a cruise ship. I've had poison ivy. I broke my toe. I have a long list of things that Gary knows that's happened to me in the past 3 months. But I'm gonna get my CE done.
All right, very good. Asked and answered.
The broken toe, I mean, that's too much.
It actually
Right
was
there,
my
I'd give
husband's
you that
fault.
off the hook.
And then I had to walk
Like
around
you
with
kicked
my
him in the
boot.
rump or what?
That is a
No,
rubber
he
line
dropped an
on your toe.
elliptical machine on, like, on my toe.
What are you doing?
Is that how you
And
use that?
then I couldn't breathe because the pain was so intense.
You couldn't
And so I was like,
yell.
and I said, "You broke my toe." And you know what he said back to me? Let this be a lesson. He said, "You didn't break your toe." And I thought,
Oh, no, you didn't.
that's not the answer you're supposed to be saying right now. And then when I got the x-ray and it was broken, I looked at him and he said,
Second opinion.
"You did."
Oh, no, I just said, can you prove that the fracture was from me dropping
Yeah.
it on the elliptical and that it didn't happen prior or after?
Or after.
Oh, he
Prove
was
the
in
point.
trouble that day, let me tell you.
Hey, Ralph,
That's
prove
why I
the
had an
point.
answer for that. I've watched enough,
Pretty
you know,
consistent.
attorney
Oh, you're
TV
just
shows.
too much. All right,
All right, so
so,
much for that.
so
All right,
I
so the
will
bottom
say,
line is these points of exception, are we,
I think we're good.
all right,
okay.
just check.
Bring it before
I
the
think we
board.
trust that if you felt that it needed to be brought to our attention, you would bring it to our attention.
Yes, I would have.
Based on what you did on the others and.
Yes, I would
you
have.
didn't on
I
this.
think
I
I'm,
think it's also noteworthy on that spreadsheet, the number of people who are not responding. I mean, and I think you bring up a good point for the veterinarians about accreditation, because that's all electronic. But, I mean, they don't even reply.
no.
I'm
We don't
here to
even
tell
hear
you,
from them.
there's not a technician, they're a quote unquote younger maybe than the veterinarians.
Maybe so.
And they, you know, they can't say, well, I didn't get the email, you know, total poop.
And we've all got the same problem. I mean, I set up my own Gmail account for these kind of things, so it took it out, all that other junk. So I
Yeah.
get that. I mean, we all understand that, but I mean, they just don't reply. You don't even hear from them. So anyway, we'll do the letter thing. And we can talk later about second round, of whether it ought to be a letter or not, or whatever, so.
No,
Okay, so nothing, they've already gotten the emails and have non-responded, so it's time
two
to send.
emails.
Right,
yes.
it's time, just like the veterinarians, it's
Just
time to send out the
So we've been
letter.
through that again, and here, and you only did what, 100 technicians?
101.
Whereas you did 230 or 40 veterinarians, so your percentage of technicians
It's much
who didn't respond is even higher.
Yeah, and on the page you're looking at, like Dr. Sunbury, what you're looking at, I had a IPLA run a full list, like their address, their phone number, their email address, all of that, because it is a lot of work to get these notices of noncompliance out. And put the cards on them, and then I've got to handwrite their addresses. Actually, Phil helps me, but I make him help me. It's from the broken toe. But anyways, I say, you know, here are your list of addresses. Just write them out on these cards, because it is a lot of work. And then for them to not even respond to the green cards.
You'll get to that on the veterinarians.
Oh yeah, we're going there now.
We're going there
So
next.
you guys are gonna love this list. All right, so back to discussion and reports. Click on DVM, no response to notice of noncompliance. So don't go into the sign notices folder yet. All you'll see there are all the notices of noncompliance that I sent out, and it's lengthy.
And-
So
And these were certified letters,
these were
right?
certified letters that went out. So here's what you're seeing in front of you. Numbers, so these were all the individuals that got the 2 emails, and then we sent them a notice of noncompliance, the certified letter. Individuals 2 through, I don't know what those letters are. Oh, it's where you guys are clicking on the sheet. Oh, that's driving me crazy. All right,
Yeah,
so
don't let us do that.
2 through, oh my gosh, now there's 2 of them. Okay, focus, Laura. 2 through 9. You can see if you ordered any CE, some say none, some say 40, some say 5. It just depends on that person. Then you can see if you ordered a penalty due. And if you guys want to check this, you can go into that sign notices folder and look at their notice of noncompliance. But I can assure you I went through every single one of these. And then you can see in column D if they provided the CE. And then in column E if they paid the penalty, which through number 9 they did. And I don't know why number 7 Gruber is not yellow, but that yellow completed notice of noncompliance means we got the signed card back. So we got proof that they got the notice and they completed the notice of noncompliance. So all those green people in F completed your notice of noncompliance. They submitted the CE, they submitted their fine, no argument.
So they're good going forward now.
Yep. Now, I'm sorry, for 10, this shouldn't be in there.
No, you clicked it.
Okay, 10 and 11. These are individuals that had 40 CE hours due, an $800 fine due. They did not turn in their CE hours. They did not turn in their fine. And I got the card back on 10, but not 11. I don't think the card should be a deciding factor because they could have signed the card and sent it back to the state, but it could have gotten lost in postmasters because that's what we use through the state to get mailed to us. And those little cards can get lost in the mail. So but I did want you to know who sent us the green, or at least how I got a green card back. So for 10 and 11. And all that green
card meant was that they
received the notice of noncompliance. Yeah. So, but they were sent something certified mail. So.
They have to get it if it's certified mail? I mean, don't you know that they got it if it's certified mail, that it was delivered, or does it
That's
come
what
back
you're
to you
saying.
undelivered?
The
So
green
what's
card.
the point of the card?
To tell you that it came back.
Meaning
That
the
they got
person
it.
that
They
delivered
got
it
it.
sends it, or do
Right.
they send it?
Who
Who sends it back to you?
The green card.
The person who gets it, which it might not be that person. It could be that person who checks their mailbox.
But no, it's signed by the receiver and sent back to us.
Yeah.
The receiver, which may not be the licensee. So that's something also you got to
But it's made
remember.
out to the licensee.
Right.
So we send those letters certified, yes, green card on the back. You
But
sign
if
that
you
you
have
received
real-
it, it comes back to us as proof that you received the documentation.
And that's all the statute requires, that we send it certified mail. Now
But it can
remember,
just go in the mailbox and nobody witnesses, or
No,
is
they
there
have
a
to go to the
person?
post
They have to
office
go,
to pick it up.
they have to get somebody to sign it.
Mhm.
All right, well, okay. Well, then if that's the case, I'm still trying to figure out why you have to send the green card back, because if the letter doesn't come back to you, you know they got it, right? I mean,
No.
or not?
Not necessarily, because it's sent certified to an individual. And so that person is to sign for it as proof that they received it. We used to send out thousands of these.
Oh, it's horrible.
Shoot rabies days and junk, so we used to send out lots and lots of them. But it was proof that you had received that document because it was sent to you. Now, if somebody else signed for it, that's somebody else's problem
Well,
because it was issued to you.
Yeah, I'm talking about a lot of them sometimes with PO boxes,
Yep.
which there weren't many, but there were some with
There
PO
were
boxes and somebody else signs for them.
Right.
And then they may not get the notice. But we had no evidence of that in this case. On 10 and 11, I never heard from them, and we have to take into account, and again, it's the board's decision, but they were sent 2 emails to their email on file with the board, which they seem to get the renewal notices, and I checked and they were sent the 2 audit notices. And then we sent them a notice of noncompliance, certified mail, that they never responded to, but all those other appeals, came in and responded to. The next step would be suspension of their license.
And
But it says here
For
that,
those two, didn't they pay the fine?
yeah. That's what I'm
They
saying.
didn't do the CE, but they paid the fine.
Oh, yes, yes.
The ones under that didn't do anything.
Failed,
Yes, yes.
what's non?
No, the ones under that, those were the appeals. It's 18. Sorry, it's 18, where it starts where they didn't do anything, but they signed a green card.
so even though we didn't get the card back saying they received it, obviously they did because they paid their penalty, or how else would they know that they had that
But they
penalty?
still haven't done
But they
their
did not, yeah,
CE.
yeah. So,
Okay, what does it
Which
mean?
is
in-
just as important, probably more and more important.
so why would they think, if they just paid, do they think the penalty, that letter makes it very clear that
That's right.
you
Well,
have to
then how
do this
long,
many hours?
how long did
and-
we give them to get the CE done?
You give them
Isn't there a
20
period in that
yes,
letter?
you give them 21 days from receipt of the notice. The notice of noncompliance were all drafted at the end of April after the meeting, but by the time they were sent out, all certified mail, they probably got to them mid-May. But, and so I got some frantic calls from some of the DVMs saying, I just got this, it's almost been 21 days. I said, read the notice. It says 21 days from receipt. So if you just got this today, you have 21 days to do your CE. And so then,
So these two people,
Wrote a check.
but are they thinking, hey, if it says if the letter says from date of receipt, if I don't,
Oh, maybe that's.
but they can't read it until they receive it, so that doesn't make sense, sorry.
Yeah.
That doesn't make
So
sense.
40 hours and 21 days.
So when it says failed completing non, that means
it's,
they didn't
I mean, they
get, you
should
didn't
have
get the
done
green
already.
card? Is that what that's saying?
Didn't get the card back.
Okay,
Just the red
The
ones.
fine's 21 days.
Yeah.
right? They
Just
have
what you read.
6 months
I'll
to
tell you
get
what,
the hours.
there's some really dumb-dumbs in veterinary field, isn't there?
I thought it was a bigger chunk of time. for
You know,
40
whenever
hours.
we had the guy talking about he didn't
I
do
don't
his,
know, we'd have to go back and look.
I used a notice of noncompliance that is.
wonder how many of them still got no facts.
21 days is a little tough for 40 hours.
Remember, you can-
It might say 6 months.
Yeah, I think
Well,
it's 21
so
days.
if it's 6 months, they're still inside the window.
Let me go look.
Yeah, let's check for sure.
Because even if they got it, in what,
Okay.
May, so they got till,
Sign up, but we had a
Till
lot
our
of
next
people. Okay. Give me one of the ones that, Smead?
No,
I'm
I
sorry,
said that
every time
too.
I see that.
I said that too. in my
Okay.
head.
But they didn't even do any CE.
Yeah, for their CE, they do get 6 months, and it says it in the notice.
Okay.
6 months.
Yeah, it says complete 40 hours of continuing ed in order to achieve full compliance within 6 months for the date of receipt of this notice.
Okay.
so those two, they're still basically in compliance. They paid their fee and they've got 6 months to get us the CE,
Yeah,
right?
so,
The blow-offs, those are a different story.
yeah, and we've already dealt with 12 through 17, because those were the appeals.
And that was fun.
Wasn't it now?
All right, so 18 through 28. These are your people that we're going to have to figure out what to do with. They were sent a notice of noncompliance. The ones that have returned a green card highlighted in yellow signed for the notice and returned it to me. And I have it in the box back here if you want to see it. The ones that have a blank, which is 20, 21, 23, and 27, I never got a green card back from them. But we never received anything from them.
The letter was not returned to you, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
it was not returned to us.
No.
It's undeliverable.
Nothing.
Do any of you recognize those names? I didn't search them online to see what they're doing out there.
So number 22.
They didn't look for that.
I gave you some time.
So the purple means that they've done diddly squat.
She
That
said
ain't-
that she
That's
has
a scientific
turned
word,
everything
diddly
in
squat.
and had spoken with you and then got a
So the other one I recognize is like the,
Well, the return green card could still be in a timely fashion of getting their
6 months.
Yeah, but
But
they
not the
haven't
money.
paid, they haven't paid, they haven't paid the.
They're overdue on the fine.
But she.
Well, let's go to the easy ones first, which is
so we're still in a 6-month zone.
the five of them.
Okay.
That didn't return the green card. Maybe you need to reach out to
But she
those
turned
with
in physical copies or email
another
copies?
certified letter
I don't.
an email, letting them know their dire situation and a threat
Oh, I
of
think she meant to say.
that by such a date, we are going to suspend your license. I mean, because, or just, the other option is just suspend it.
I'm just sitting there thinking, so two emails, certified letter. What
When you
prompts the
stop
certified letter?
reaching
Yeah,
out
when you
to
stop
them.
reaching out.
Hold on.
Well,
That's kind of.
And the certified letter would be sent to, when they renewed their license, they would have had a chance to verify their address, correct?
That's your address on.
Oh.
It's address on file.
We did have one that was still, that came back undeliverable, but we worked that one out in the meantime. But yeah, it's, I mean, it's just.
Do we have any, or where are these people, 18 through 28? Where are they located? I mean.
Number
are they in the
26 is
state?
Robinson. You know which Robinson it is? Oh, you're sure.
Each of them.
I
It's
don't-
It's
I
in
don't know
those
these
notices.
ones.
That's the only- That's the only Robinson I do.
Harley's.
We're in that 6-month zone.
We were murdered Robinson. We were
Yeah,
beside
you
each
didn't
other
pay the
in
fine.
class together. So we've
With,
been good friends for a while.
IPLA.
I would say what we need to do is tell Laura to block out some
Can't
time in
imagine.
October that we'll.
I'm gonna say no.
I would absolutely agree.
Do what?
Seems like the Robinson, we were just saying, we are assuming it's not Harley. Seems like there was a Robinson in Columbus for a while, or somewhere between Columbus and Indy that would be
That
retired.
those notices, the sign notices.
Okay.
Robin tells you which one. Oh, yeah.
Well, I feel like we're treading water going sideways here. I mean, we ought to
George.
be able to come to an answer on this. And if we
I
set
have
up
gone
some
through
rules
each
at the beginning, we need to have the gumption to stick with them, I would think. Either we
I
have
feel like
rules or we
I've
don't.
made things confusing,
IPOA.
but I just wanted to give you all the information that I have.
Well, I don't think
I
you've
did
made
need to
things
make it
confusing.
confusing by pointing out who I received a green card from and who I did it. It's just who I got a green card from and who I did it. It could have gotten lost in the mail, like I said. I at least had I probably had at least 10 DVMs and at least probably 10 RBTs tell me they sent in their CE packets and I never got them. And they had tracking information. And it said it came to Indianapolis and just stopped. It didn't come to the government center, it didn't come to Discovery Hall, it just stopped. So then I would have them email me the information. So that very well, they're tiny little green cards. That very well could have been what happened to these people. But what happened in the end is they did get the notices, they were sent a notice of non-compliance, and they sent us nothing back. And the statute says at that point, you can suspend them.
Laura, is that a notice to suspend or a notice that why we should not suspend, or is it an actual suspension?
It's a suspension sent certified mail, the irony.
Or a notice, yeah, it's not a notice to appear at the next meeting?
No,
before you
it's an
suspend.
immediate suspension of their license.
Is that an option to have them appear before you suspend?
No.
Can I make a phone call? I just feel like this is a really big deal. And there are lots of excuses that I don't like that I'm, hearing from the people that came today. But I feel like
This would be one step further than the ones that appeared today as far as what is happening.
yeah, if we're gonna actually do something about their license, I think we at least need to say, I tried to call you.
So maybe
Then we're setting a standard where I'm going to be calling, and I'm not arguing that. It's that
Well, one renewal
I think
cycle's
I'm just
gonna
going
last
to,
next. What?
By the time we're done.
By the time you're done, you're gonna be lapped and
Ready
ready for
to
the
do it
next round
again.
of renewals.
yeah,
because
I
it
am
just
not,
goes on and on.
now I have to set, let's assume we're suspending them. I will be sending out suspension notices where they can appeal the suspension now from 18 to 27. So we will still be dealing with this audit potentially
Can they practice?
in October.
Can they practice while they're suspended?
No.
That's the point I'm getting at.
Didn't bother me any.
No, you
Yeah,
send
but
out
they have the right
suspension
to
notice, that's
appeal.
Right now, you can't practice until
From
October.
that moment.
And that ought to be in the letter. I agree with what you're saying. Send the letter, tell them they're suspended. And it's amazing how many people will wake up.
But the reality is, from the letter that was sent, you're still in that.
Like it says
6 month
must suspend or can suspend.
Not for the fine.
Immediate, not for the fine.
Clarence.
But you're still in the 6-month period to complete your CE, so we're still in a zone, which may, if they received it, what, or in May, June, July, August, September, October, November, so you're in November technically before they have that much time to complete this.
Maybe, I think we have to sit on our thumbs until that time frame is done. Not worry about the fine, which is late, because we
Okay,
always collect them
so-
both. Or miss, suspend,
So
and
what Dr.
whatever.
Marsh is saying is
I think we're stuck.
if
on
we
that,
sent them
I
a
agree.
notice and required 40 hours and they had 6 months to do that, do we have to wait the 6 months?
We just were
I think we
talking
do.
about that.
I
We
know
think we do.
Clarence and I, but if we also made them pay $800 and they haven't paid that,
Especially with this being
I'm
the
sorry.
first year and we've hit some snags and I just, we gotta be careful with this.
Well, I'll be honest, the most troubling part of all this is that I've sat with this board for 30 years and we've had renewals since 1999 and we've never had this discussion. So I don't know what happened to these in the past, but we've been trying to do these as comprehensive, doing it the way it's prescribed. But you know that there were people who didn't respond for the last 25, 30 years, and nothing was done. So if you sent it in or whatever, great. But if you didn't, I guess that was great too. And so we apologize for putting you in the board in this spot. And we've already said that the rules themselves need to be revisited because they are from the original in 1997, 99, when now looking, the rest of them put these in place. And obviously the world's changed multiple times since then. So we just wanted to make sure you're aware of what's going on with the audits for both entities. Because one's at a different pace than the others, you well know. And that we've gone through this process. We heard the testimony today. I was interested in hearing. Someone wanted that notice on the second round. And so you can pick your round or whatever, but it's striking to me the number of people, and now we're into RBTs. I mean, you got 30% of them didn't even reply. And they've had 2 notices. And so we're trying to figure out how best to help you navigate this situation. Fortunately, we only had a half a dozen of them that appeared, virtually or otherwise, or maybe one less because we had one fellow that didn't show. But trying to go through this process, but it's fascinating to me that we are where we are, and we've been doing this for years. I mean, this is
not like it would pass.
No, this has
last
been
year.
going for 25 years, and yet I've never been in these conversations. So I don't know how it was managed. But I mean, we're just saying, here's the CE requirement. We did 230 veterinarians. You need to turn in I mean, it's pretty basic kinds of things. And we sent out the notices to the emails that you provided. And I fully appreciated the last board meeting. I think it was right. So we'll send out certified letters, and yes, it's work, but we'll figure that out in here if we need to provide additional support to the division or whatever. But even when those go out, it's pretty quiet. So I'm not sure what's going on. And the RVTs, again, you saw that list. So we'll continue to work through this. I didn't personally go online to see what each of these veterinarians are doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know whether they're actively in practice. I recognize Dave Lignan's name. Dave is, oh, I don't know, he's probably in his 70s, so I don't know whether he's actively practicing, but he renewed. Whichever one of these renewed, so either the registration or their license, so they got that much, but then after that, everything just went.
Renewed
well,
and returned a green card.
From the veterinarian standpoint, I would recommend that we have to just sit on our thumbs for 6 months until the time frame is passed for them to be able to provide the new CE, regardless of whether or not they've paid the fine. The fine is secondary in my mind on that, but this, at the end of that 6 months from when they all received the letter, then I think some action has to be taken. So that gives us a little bit of time at least to decide, okay, how's that action going to be taken at that time? I mean, are we just going to send them a notice saying, sorry, folks, your license is toast, or not? But at least that gives us that 6-month window for those people. And we can apply the same process, I suppose, for the RVTs, depending on how they respond. But
And I'll do a little more work seeing who some of these individuals are, because I don't know what's going on out there. I mean, we just don't hear.
it'd be nice to get somebody over at PLA willing to cough up what happened or didn't happen, or what they did or didn't do during all those years.
Well, it's obvious what they didn't do. In my book, you know.
Well, yeah, this can't be just a new thing this cycle. I mean,
Because I mean, we went.
leopard doesn't change its spots.
For years. Now, during the COVID years, it was bumpy, of course, but it was for everybody.
I will agree with what Laura is saying about the US mail. It's somewhere between terrible and.
But we've done both, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you've
We've
got-
used two different mediums. The only ones I haven't done yet is pick up the phone call. I mean, we've done electronic and we've done it through mail, and we could make reasons and rhymes for both.
Hand delivery.
I'd hand delivery, I could knock on the doors, so anyway, I just wanted you to be aware, and I know Laura spent a lot of time on this, trying to make sure that we're doing what's appropriate and right by, and it will also be, as we go through this process, I think, as challenging as it is, it can be very informative as we revisit the rules. Say, no, based on our experience, because if we were writing those rules based on our previous 25 years of experience, we might swing and miss. So there are just some things that haven't been done apparently in the past that we're trying to.
When are we gonna do that? Are we gonna have a special meeting, or how do we go about doing that?
That could be just reserved for that purpose to go through that, I would say.
You're talking about the rules, right?
The rules
I
themselves.
think it needs to be a special meeting.
Just
We need
to
to
set
set
aside some time to say, okay, what would we like to accomplish? Because we all know, you know, the world's very, very different. And even a term like self-study means lots of things to different people. And just honing that down. I think in the meantime, to our advantage, there have been some states that have worked through that, and we may be able to glean from their experience as well to help us through that. But anyway, we wanted to bring, I know Laura, I appreciate her with the spreadsheets, the color charts and what have you. We've tried to take it step by step. And I heard the testimony as you did here today, but yeah, emails are challenging. I mean, I get beat up too, like everybody else, but they get notices for something, but then they weren't paying attention later or something. And
That's
just it's gone. Now, to be fair, you had 200 and some did. Okay, so you're down to a handful that you did respond to, which is the case for all these.
It'll be interesting when we get this 6 months out of the way and then take whatever action we're gonna take. That these 18 through 27, we may find out more information that maybe all these are retired and they re-up their license. And then when they found out, now I owe $800 more in 40 hours, crap.
Yep.
It ain't worth it.
The
It
license.
ain't worth it.
Yeah.
And they just dropped it right then. You know, maybe it's a situation like that.
And we did have that, didn't we? I mean, we had some veterinarians that renewed, and then when they were audited, said, oh, heck, put it on inactive. I'll renew as, you know.
So maybe these people didn't even reply back because they're like, ah.
And maybe it could be in all of those, so.
Who knows?
So you can have an inactive license, you can renew your license inactive, or what is it, how does that work?
Laura?
When you place your license on inactive status, it just stays in inactive status. You don't pay renewal fees. You're not required to do CE. But after a person is in inactive status for a certain period of time, and it usually is a lengthy period of time, it goes inactive expired. And so if they want to come back after being in that status for such a long time, they usually have to do CE. Less CE than what would be someone else, but they have to pay fine, or I don't want to say fines, they have to pay money, renewal fees, and they have to complete some CE. But if you're
10 years, turn in your 400 hours of CE and we'll give you back your license.
I don't remember very many. It was originally put in actually for military service. So you didn't have to have CE while you were in Iraq for 4 years or whatever it was. But it's been used by others, so I'll just put it on inactive status. But to Laura's point, it'll eventually roll. I don't remember hardly any coming back. But that was really what it was intended for, was somebody who was, or maybe serious medical condition where they could not practice or do anything, incapacitated for a period of time, and said, okay, you're in a coma or whatever it might be. So that was the reason it was put in place. It really wasn't for parking at the end of a career. That really wasn't what it was intended for. It's been used that way.
So are we going to revisit all of these in October? Is that what we're doing? Or not
It won't be
October,
6 months.
January?
Yeah. You got.
When is this? May?
We would do it in our January meeting.
October. January?
Yes.
October, you won't have satisfied the 6 months. So, but we'll give you an update.
I was gonna say an update would be.
We'll just figure out, and I'll delve into these some myself and kind of see what these folks are doing, because I don't know. It'd be nice to get it cleaned up. We at least knew what they were doing, what their intention was. But you know, it does make it challenging when people have used that same communication link through an email to get renewed, either for a license or a registration, and then when you send additional information, and not for all. I mean, we're talking about 30 here out of 230, but the percentage is higher on the RVT side.
Yeah, but we're a microcosm of society. I mean, in society, people can come up with and rationalize anything to warrant what they've done. I mean, you know, and so it doesn't surprise me a bit, really. I mean,
I think we're being played, really.
It's kind of a tease into what I was just saying. I think they're saying something that, you know, maybe I can say that and they'll let me off the hook.
And as challenging as it was.
Oh, about not getting your email?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a bunch of hoo-ha in my mind.
And as challenging as it was for you folks here earlier today, I do appreciate the board staying with it. Yeah, they could be refined, fines could have been reduced, as Claire has indicated. Well, on the other hand, I didn't want a parade of the appeals to get a reduced fine and all that business, because you could end up with twice or 3 times, said, no, just appeal it, and that sort of thing. So I think we've, you know, through Laura's work, we've tried to do everything we can to make sure that things are moving forward. And as you recall, the RVTs were at 5% of the total instead of 10, so it reduced that number. While we're learning, frankly, I didn't think we'd have to learn all this process because I thought it was already in process, but it's apparently a new one for everyone. So anyway, that's where we are with that right now. I'll personally take a look at some of the veterinarians that are on that list and see what might be going on and why we're not getting anywhere.
Would you like to give the state veterinarian report?
Oh,
while you're
I think
talking?
it's in there. The hour is getting on. You folks have been quite patient. We have been busy in the animal health side of the house with a number of projects. One that we have not diagnosed in the state is this highly pathogenic avian influenza in dairy cattle in our state, but boy, it sure has been in some others. Colorado just announced this week that they have about 100 grade A dairy farms and half of them are infected. So they're going to start a mandatory testing program. So we've been in a lot of communication at meetings in Topeka, virtual meetings, et cetera, trying to inform people on that front. More specifically to this board, we have been working with the Management Performance Hub, which is an entity of state government that's taking the data from your last renewal cycle. What are you doing with your license? What do you plan to do over the next 2 years? How many hours a week are you working and all that sort of thing? And so we're refining that with that Management Performance Hub team, and we'll have something released soon. And it'll come out under the umbrella of the Indiana Center for Animal Policy, but there's some really cool things in that. And first time ever we've had this data, and so once you see it, it's public facing, so anybody can get on there and take a look at it. It also lists the way they've drawn that data for primary practice locations. It lists and places on the map, not specifically by pinpoint, but in a zip by zip code. So these zip codes have veterinarians in them or a practice in them. It's not specific for what type of practice, but you can see at a glance there's zip codes that don't have any coverage, et cetera. So you can begin to take a look at what that state looks like. So I appreciate the board's indulgence on that. And then in the next renewal cycle, we actually have an opportunity with the legislation that passed this last session to ask about indebtedness, for example. So trying to get a handle on what that school indebtedness is at least at that point in time. Because we don't have any idea. One of the things that we've talked about over time was a state-based loan repayment program. And so we have draft language for that and the opportunity possibly to present it in the next legislative session. But it's difficult to say, so how much money do you need when we're not sure what the indebtedness is. So we're working through those issues right now, but that's out there as well. So we're also, and have been in some conversation, Lisa's now gone, but the IVMA, there is an entity called the Farm Journal Foundation, and Todd Greenwood, whose father is a veterinarian here in Indiana, but Todd Greenwood's with the Farm Journal Foundation, and they've been working with state departments of agriculture and veterinary colleges across the country trying to address shortage issues in states. And what they're finding is, as we could all attest to, is it's not only about indebtedness, but it's other issues in local communities. So what are the entertainment opportunities? What's the child care opportunities? What's the opportunities for my spouse to find a job in that community? And so it's not only trying to attract just because of the money, but there are other factors that go into that. So the Farm Journal Foundation worked with Kentucky over a period of a couple of years. And so they actually do community-based work trying to attract veterinarians. So it's not only just about trying to help pay for their loans, but there are other factors on quality of life, et cetera, that they're looking at. So those are some of the additional things that we're working at on that front. So that's all I've got today. My report's in there.
Quick question, unless it's just a typo, your summer interns, I see a scam in-horn, not a scam a-horn.
Great, it's an I.
Okay.
I'm glad you brought that up. Max is a great guy, comes from the Terre Haute area out there. And so it's an I, actually.
Not a relative then.
Not a relative, as it turns out. No, our two interns have been very.
I just assumed it was. I didn't even look at the spelling. I just thought, oh, that's interesting.
So they're real good, and both students at Purdue and both heavily engaged. As a matter of fact, the Board of Animal Health met in this room last Tuesday. And so the interns, I guess we could do that, Gary, for this one next year, but the interns give a report to that board on all the things that they've done. And generally, the board members say, well, I want to come back as an intern. I want to do some of those things. So we send them all over the state in a variety of things. But no, that's Max doing a great job. He's farmhouse fraternity and busy with all that. As a matter of fact, he reported to the board last week that just a little bio on himself. He said, well, I'm Max and I'm from Terre Haute, this, that, what have you. And he he's a farmhouse attorney at Purdue. And, oh, Gary, what was the term? He's
in charge of risk management.
Risk management in the farmhouse. And so one of the board members says, so what are the duties of the risk manager of the farmhouse?
Oversee the keggers.
And that was pretty close.
I figured as much.
Sober alert, and I don't know what all he was doing. So anyway, great students, and we're glad to have them on board this. So, yeah, thanks for picking that up. No relation, that's right. But thanks to you folks for being here today. Appreciate it very much. If there are things, I share this with the other board as well, if there are things you'd like to see done differently or you want, whatever, we're here at your disposal, so happy to accommodate. And again, Laura does a wonderful job.
Indeed.
Trying to keep track of all this, because it's a juggling match.
I am totally impressed with what Laura has done and the information that we're getting that, as you alluded to, it's been going on for 25 years with all this, and we know that we weren't getting the support out of IPL that we needed. Yeah, and it makes it rough now, but I think there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know how long that tunnel is, but
oncoming train.
Yeah.
But
And we've also had some very positive feedback on the vet board bulletin. So after this board meeting, that we sent the bulletin out just for some updates and what have you. And I apologize to Clarence at the break, because at the last bulletin, we sent out your picture of the board and had all of you folks in there, et cetera, listed the names below, and I misspelled Clarence's last name. So,
it's a hard name.
So anyway, but no, we've had a lot of positive feedback on that. As a matter of fact, I was at the IVMA Board of Directors, and one of the board members is in a group that has practices in multiple states. So they sent that newsletter to their colleagues in the network who were in other states. I'm like, why don't we get one of these from our state, sort of thing. So appreciate all your help.
I just have one thing to mention. AAVSD, their annual conference is coming up, and I am attending as a voting delegate, but we get one additional person to attend as a alternate delegate, and all expenses are paid for, including your flight out to San Diego. You would be staying at the Lowe's Coronado Springs Resort. All food is paid for, and usually in the evenings they have some special event that if you bring family or relatives or friends or whoever, you would have to buy their ticket, but your ticket would be covered. For instance, when we went to Kansas City last year, they took us to Union Station, and then they had different stations of food like the Southwest and the East Coast, and it was really neat. And then you could tour the facility, and we got to ride the streetcar, and it was a lot of fun. So the deadline to register is August 24th, because they have to book your flight. You can choose your flight as long as it's not like, first class Delta, something. But if you have a specific flight that you would like, or a specific city to go through, like a lot of people hate Denver, for instance. A lot of people like to go through Atlanta and have a direct from there. They will accommodate you, and it's their travel agency that books the tickets.
What's the date on the ASV?
So the actual conference is I believe,
September 25th.
Yeah, the 25th through the 28th. And like I said, it's in a pretty nice luxury resort, the Lowe's Hotel Coronado Resort. And their hotels are nice in and of themselves. They hold all the resorts at Universal Studios. So, and those are nice. But this is right on the beach. So you get some free time. You're not in sessions all day. Sometimes they have all-day conferences for their specific directors and chair people, and you can meet up with people, do work that you need to do, or just go hang out with your family. So you're not dedicated to them 24/7. And I think it's a nice balance that they give you actually. And like I said, if you want to be an alternate delegate, everything is covered. You would just have to cover, you know, the flight and food for your family, but they'd obviously stay in your room or whatnot. So anyways, I just need to know the deadline is 8/24. If you want to be a voting or the alternate, just let Dr. Rodenbarger and myself and Dr. Marsh know. And, we really want a two-person presence at these events. And they really are an amazing conference to attend.
What are the meetings like? What do you talk about? What's
The voting
presented?
meetings?
That the alternate would go to? What kind of things do you sit in on?
But as for the alternate delegate and the voting delegate, you have to sit in on the voting meetings. And they're usually in the morning on 2 separate days. And if you don't go to those meetings, then they will make you pay for everything. That's their only caveat. They're very clear about it at the front, but they're not very long meetings. But they also offer lots of meetings on, their products they offer, what they can offer you, what they can offer state boards. The Viva database, that we became the second state in the nation after California leading the charge on the Viva database. We signed up immediately after coming back, and we get the disciplinary filings then. If somebody gets an application or signs up for an application and doesn't disclose, like they had discipline in Nebraska, we wouldn't know. Now we know because they know. And so that was a huge thing. The Viva database can also funnel all testing scores into files for me. So I don't have to go and hunt down VTNE scores and Navli scores all the time anymore. Sometimes I do, but that has saved me so much time. And they did that for free. We didn't have to pay for that as a board.
But there are breakout sessions on how you develop the Navli, what's going on with the VTNE. What are Practice Act changes in other states that you might consider? And so it's a sharing, and I've never been to one.
What's everybody vote on? What are things that you say voting sessions? What are they
vote
voting
on? So they put out model practice rules. An example of them would be the telehealth rules. And then we vote on them, and those would be AAVSB's model rules. As a board, we don't have to adopt them. As a board, we can look at them and say, hey, we kind of like this, but we would change X and Y here. But that's basically what you're voting on. You're also voting on the new board of directors and the new heads of different committees. Stuff that I'm really not at the forefront of. They send out packets when it gets close to the meeting so you can read about all these people. I'm more interested in the conference stuff that in the meetings that Dr. Marsh was talking about. They always are bringing up different things about what they're working on, what they hear from state boards, or they just have sessions where they say, what can we provide you? What are state boards struggling with that we can help you with? And so I imagine they're going to hear they're going to want to hear from us about the data project that we have, because we're one of the only states that is doing this. And all of these states are struggling with these veterinary deserts. And so when they hear about this data project, I imagine that some other states are going to be like, AAVSB, you need to figure out how they're doing this, and then you need to do it, which I don't know how much information MPH is willing to give away, but they got a lot of smart tech minds at AAVSB that could develop stuff. So I think the future in veterinary medicine has to do with data, though, and what we can do with that data and how we can work with that data to present to the legislators, look, we need help here, And here are how many of our graduates are coming from Purdue, and here's what they're, being charged in tuition, but they can get it cheaper, here. And, what Dr. Marsh was talking about is all about the data. And that's what they're looking for. Because we can go over there and complain all we want, but.
I appreciate Laura going again because it'll provide some continuity as the director of the board, plus a member of the board, just to learn what that process is. Again, I've never been to one.
I went to the
Until
one in
last year.
Kansas City when we were still down at IPL. I was amazed, I was amazed at how hard boards in other states. I talked to a veterinarian from Alaska and they meet every month.
This one used to meet every month.
Really?
This one met every
But
month.
it's a good networking thing, and, we're not out here on our own. AVSB is really the overall, as you said, you three need to go, one of you, seriously.
Canada's there as well. They have Canadian provinces.
Yeah, they have Canadian provinces. And when they talk, I just love it. That accent, oh,
Hey,
they're like
they pay
talking
for
and I'm
everything
just
except your
listening and
business.
I'm like, stop talking. Or I want to keep talking, keep talking.
But anyway, it is a good, it's just like being members of the IVMA and being members of the AVMA.
You
know,
see
it-
people
it is
excited.
It is our profession.
Yeah. Excited about
Sounds-
state boards and it energizes you and like I remember talking to Dr. Marsh and I said, we're going back and we're getting that Viva database.
Yeah, you did.
And we got it, didn't we? Right away.
Yeah,
So-
again, we had been, didn't have any idea, and you get out there and say, well, gosh, there are some things we could be doing here.
Yeah.
And, yeah, so, anyway, if there's someone who'd like to go, it'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
But I don't need to go again, I mean, Laura's our director, I just want to see kind of what that landscape looks like, at least one round.
Well, San Diego is not a bad place to go.
Yeah,
No.
it's pitiful.
And I think that resort's right on the beach. So
I don't know where that one is.
my
You said
mother-in-law,
Coronado, right?
uh-huh, my mother-in-law had been to that resort.
Was that right?
Yeah, she goes out to California. She has friends from Ohio State and they live out in California. So sometimes they go to the East Coast because my mother-in-law lives in Charleston. Sometimes they go to the West Coast. Anyways, I mentioned it to her and she goes, oh, I've been to that resort. She said, go and look at it online. You are gonna think. So I looked at it online and I was just amazed. It like sits right on the beach. It's got these beautiful restaurants. The only problem is, it's like a 3-hour difference. I'm up at like 3 a.m. looking for my coffee and they're like, coffee? That was the problem at Kansas City too. I imagined Dr. Schneer being with me and we're walking around, where's the coffee? I couldn't find my coffee.
I tell you, I think it's amazing is we are getting more involved, obviously, since Laura took over this. And we're finding out things that we need to be aware of. And the rest of the states are having the same problem, And is the Viva thing, when the USDA has you do a search on the veterinary deserts in our state that you have to, is that they're still doing that to government?
Yeah, the loan repayment?
The loan repayment?
Yeah, we submit those each year.
And that would come.
That's under certain
This will
areas.
help. Yeah.
And I was like, free. Gary will like that.
So again, if someone wants to go, then that you folks can work that out.
I have a couple things to look at my calendar on, but September is just full. I don't know. That's trying to consider it, but I don't know if that's going to happen. San Diego sounded very nice.
Yeah, I've never been. Now, if it was San Francisco, I'd say, I'm sorry, but pass, Dr. Marsh. I just
I tell you
can't,
what.
I can't take my life into my own hands this time.
Years ago, when the AVMA meeting was out there, it was one of those summers that was hotter than you know what here. We get out there and we have a reception on about the third floor outside around the pool, and we're all in sports coat and this. We're totally comfortable, you know, like.
And was this San Francisco, you mean?
No, this
Or
is San
San
Diego.
Diego.
And we thought, we could handle this. So,
That's nice.
What was the saying that one comedian said? Something about the summer I spent in San Francisco was the coldest winter I ever. Some such thing like that.
Yeah.
Mark Twain.
Yeah. Oh, it was Mark Twain.
Coldest winter I ever spent was the summer in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were out there for a meeting many years ago. I think it was AVMA back in the middle of the night. The first thing we did was buy sweatshirts. But we walked out at 10 o'clock in the morning. That fog coming out the bay, it's cold.
They know
So
it too. Those little sweatshirt booths are everywhere.
Oh, yeah,
They know
they're
it.
right.
coming.
They're right over here.
That's right, got you.
2 for $100.
Yeah.
Lauren, do you have other things in your report?
I had just some numbers if you wanted to review them. We have skyrocketed in applications received and applications approved, especially in the DVM realm. The numbers for renewals have gone down, but that's, for obvious reasons. It's not a renewal period right now. And so if you look at the chart, the number on the left is the most current number from April to July. If you look onto the right, it was the previous number from the previous report. So you can see the difference in how the numbers have, especially for DVMs, gone up.
Now, are you talking year to year or just the previous time frame?
Just from the previous report. You can actually even go back to April and look at our old report and look how the numbers keep climbing. And the total on the far right-hand side, I mean, that's the highest it's been since I've been here. So our numbers are going up and going up in a very, very good way. I was pleased and happy to see that. We've had 2 administrative filings that came in yesterday that I wasn't going to put on the agenda. They'll be on the agenda in October. I think one is the cease and desist, and if it's from one of Dr. Clemente's ads, I have no words. But other than that, one is actually an administrative hearing against a vet. So.
along that line, if we take action against, a veterinarian, does anybody check off to see that they're really doing, like a cease and desist? Are we really double checking there, or do they, out of sight, out of mind, and they do what they want to? I mean, we've had the veterinarian that was east of town here, that I remember, it's like ridiculous.
We haven't, I don't know about that specific case, but we haven't gone out as an agency to check, if you will. I mean, the actions have taken place from the board level here. If there's any complaints, they go to the Attorney General's office. We've been asked to accompany investigators from the Attorney General's office on various investigations around the state, so we might get asked to go in that case, but the lead is actually from the AG's office for complaints. So if they come from there.
Non-complaint, but if we were to suspend 30 veterinarians' licenses, who's to know that they're not going, yeah, whatever, and just every day go in and show up and keep working? I mean, you're gonna go to their practice, or you're gonna hear about it? How, are they really not practicing, or are they still doing it? Who's, how do you police that?
Well, it is more difficult with the veterinary board because when something like this would happen with the medical board, they have credentialists and people that are monitoring their license constantly. I mean, we're talking about insurance companies, and they could get in major trouble if they're working on a license that is suspended or anything like that. And it does happen. But they have overseers in the hospitals or in the practices, group practices that they belong in, who are checking that and doing that compliance type work. Until people know that the vet board is serious about this and that we're not backing down which we're getting there, then they're gonna start taking these actions seriously. CE audit letters, and then they'll know that, hey, if I don't take care of this right now, I'm gonna get immediately suspended. And when they see that happen to their colleagues, then they're gonna be like, okay, they've changed their tune. So
The veterinarian.
there's just not so much oversight in the sense like you have in the pharmaceutical and the medical doctor world. Not that I'm saying you shouldn't have, but it's just not set up that same way, I guess. Maybe larger practices have that compliance person, but I know like my vet, it's just him and the techs, and he's running around all over the place all day long, so.
And they've always been a challenge for this board.
Yeah.
Solo practitioners have always been a challenge to try and discipline them or whatever if they're out there by themselves. When I first got involved with the board, in order to attest to someone's ability to practice in the next town, they would ask for other veterinarians to write letters. And I was never in favor of that because I don't know what they do in that practice every day. And so we did the letters thing for a while because, to your point, John, there wasn't anybody to go out, knock on the practice door and see how things are going today. So anyway, it's been done various ways, but to Laura's point, yeah, if you're out there, even if you're two people in a practice or something, it can be difficult. Self-management.
What was her name up Cicero, the recorder license?
Yeah.
I don't trust her, and,
Sarah Clark.
Rachel Clark, yeah.
I'm not sure whether she renewed or where Rachel is now. I've lost track of her, but yeah, she was.
You can check.
Speaking of 25 years, I think we probably had experience over that period of time. And no, I wanted what the board does because
trying to compete with her. It's coming in about as much.
As far as the meeting date on the 24th, if you want to change it, whatever you, well, we do have other meetings going on that month and what have you. We could move it a week later.
Calendar with my phone, so I've got
A week later would be Halloween. We don't
pocket calendar.
You don't want to do it on Halloween? Oh my gosh. I
You
don't,
can wear
whatever,
I know I'm available that day,
you're available that day?
and I hate dressing up, so I'd be happy to come
I'm
that
also
day.
available that day.
We can make adjustments if need be, whatever you want to do with that.
I may have to have help because October the 4th, the first Friday, I'm having this shoulder replaced, so I will be here with my hand in a sling. And whether I can put a shirt and tie on, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we'd be happy to see you in a t-shirt.
So I'm not helping you put your shirt and tie on.
Problem is,
Good thing he wasn't
my wife,
asking about
that's
his-
the problem.
Wasn't asking about his pants.
My wife already complained. She said, I went to school to be a pharmacist, not a nurse.
So we already have a conflict on the 24th is basically what I'm hearing. Yeah, so that week is out. Okay, that's fine. And so you go,
Is there a problem with Halloween?
we've had meetings on Halloween. It's up to you. I don't care.
I do not have
I'm
a problem with Halloween.
Halloween's fine, no costume necessary.
You can get home in time for
It might be scary enough without costume.
Halloween.
I feel like it will be. At least
So
So I
if
could
you
be
want
down
to
here to
October
watch
the
all
first-
the, I could be down here to watch all the grandkids dress
There you
up
go.
afterwards.
Well,
Can-
it is
can-
In the evening.
Can we dress up as board members?
No, we're professionals.
That doesn't stop,
asking for a
that
friend.
doesn't stop
I
my,
think-
that doesn't stop my team at the clinic. Don't you have people?
Our
that
entire
It would
clinic
be fun.
dresses up, and then we all go out
Like,
to
we
lunch
could
together.
all
dressed
be
up.
like a certain animal.
Oh, was that right?
That's what I'm asking.
You do it? Yeah, that's great.
Like you could,
15
like,
years probably.
Dr.
Well, we're
Like
going
Dr.
with that.
Schnarr could be a lion.
Human beings.
Could be a lion.
And let's be honest, it doesn't have to be in October.
You do
But we
I
have to
mean,
do
we're
it,
on a quarterly schedule, but if you want to meet.
it has to
the
be done
first-
within, or, well, maybe not right this time, I would
Maybe
say,
not specifically
this time. Usually we have to do it in 90 days or less because of some action that
Yeah.
had to, if somebody's license or something, but
Right.
we may not be in the middle of one of those right
Should be fine
now.
with Halloween.
I mean, we're on the same schedule with the Board of Animal Health on the quarters, but
I don't have a costume.
31st is fine with me.
Yeah, I just say stick with it.
With
31st?
You want to
Unless
jump
you're
in
gonna,
then?
you'll miss that,
All right.
messing up with the team.
Oh, you know what'd be fun if we're all Disney characters?
We
No.
we got too many goofies in here now. So we'll let the other board members know it's the 31st.
I'll cross-dress and be.
All right, good.
Right up here.
Right up my
your
alley.
Oh, my God.
Can I
On
keep,
multiple levels.
Are you
These-
adjourning the meeting
Oh, yeah.
or do we start
Yes.
discussion?
Can I
We can
keep
talk
this?
after the fact.
Yeah, you
I wanna
can take
read
it.
these, I wanna take these home and read all this.
Yes, you can take them.
I'll take
I
this.
mean, the
The
felonies of,
the rules and regulates.
Yes, they're also, well, I can't guarantee some of them are on SharePoint, so go ahead and take,
Yeah.
This will be easier. Trust me.
well, don't take the folder.
I'm adjourning the meeting. Meeting adjourned.
What time is it?
Thanks, folks.